Well, thank you for taking your Saturday to come out and play with us today. Last night I was putting everyone through their hoops. How many of you were there last night? Okay. And so I stayed very close to my agenda in terms of laying out the framework for how I think the relationship between the ego and the self works. Today we're going to be a much more relaxed format. I'm going to do show and tell for a while, and I want to encourage you to feel free to interrupt and raise your hand and ask for clarification or some other thing that has occurred to you. So the first thing I want to do is just give those of you who were there last night an opportunity to offer an observation or a comment or a question. And that way the people that were not there will be able to get some sense of our thinking last night. So let's take about 5 minutes or so and give you an opportunity to make comments, or raise questions, or make observations about anything we talked about last night. Yes, Rose.
Quick thing was how you define ego, systemic self, and higher self.
Yeah. Last night I was talking about in my thought, contrary to the classical Jungian point of view, I agree with Jung and Edinger that there is the great self, the archetypal self, that is behind the transcendent function. It is that which is your inner gyro for wholeness and balance, and that is in you fully right now. It doesn't need to be fixed. It is whole. It understands wholeness completely. It is paying attention to you at all times. There's nothing about you that it is not aware of, and that includes in your body. It inhabits your body and your thoughts and so on. And so it has enormous energy. This is what Jung and Edinger emphasized, but somehow I don't think their message got across enough. Because if you look at a lot of the discourse today in various disciplines, I mean, not just Jungian psychology, but you would not have, if you're studying cognitive behavioral therapy, or if you're studying ego psychology, you would never have anybody emphasizing to you that there is this nuclear fusion going on inside you, in the great self. The great self has enormous energies, and a lot of our psychic energy, when we're early in our development, is devoted to creating adequate defenses against psychosis. Because the forces in us are so powerful. So once you understand this, you understand that a lack of understanding of the archetypal self, and certainly a lack of the ability to relate to it, is behind almost all of the epidemics of compulsivity we're seeing now. So, people that act out and go postal and kill everybody in the post office building, they're not bad people. They have been dealing with the huge thing in the psyche without any assistance, and they've lost. It has consumed them. It has destroyed them from within. So when I was first talking about the power of the archetypal self, it can manifest as the enemy within. So, and anxiety, it's almost all anxiety is generated by the presence of the archetypal self in the personality. And so last night I was talking about Jung and Edinger and Neumann, all these people, all these great classic theorists knew about the archetypal self. Now, as time went on, there's been more and more neglect of the archetypal self among Jungians. In my view, anyone who neglects to emphasize the primacy of the archetypal self is not a Jungian. In my view, they may have a diploma from the Jung Institute. They may have been writing very excellent books which draw upon other people's theories and so on, and broaden our communication with other points of view. But in my view, theoretically, it's not right to call them Jungian. Because to be a Jungian, you have to participate in Jung's Copernican revolution. And Jung's Copernican revolution was fundamental thing that makes someone a Jungian is the understanding that there is this great center in the psyche of the capital C. We'll look at archetypic representations of that in a minute. But and that the ego's struggle is to come to terms with that. The ego develops out of, I've got these diagrams, and I need to lead you through these as we go today. Because when we start out, we are inside the archetypal self. And the ego does not really know it's not. This is early childhood. So one of the things we love about children is that they're so full of themselves. Well, that's one way to say it. You could also say they are within the archetypal self. So all that vibrant immediacy and spontaneity you see in a child, that's the archetypal self. That's not an ego. You're seeing the little person that is identified with the God within. And the burden of childhood is to deal with the fact that you are not it in that simple way. That you're not God in that way. The burden of the latter half of life is learning to know that you are God in some way, but it's a very subtle way. And knowing about your union with the archetypal self at the highest levels of individuation is not an anxious experience. It is a calm, deeply calm experience. And it does not make you grandiose. Rather, you are full of humility and the fruits of the Spirit. So all those fruits of the Spirit you've studied from various sources, that becomes present here in this. But this is the process, the trajectory. It is the rising sun, and then the second half of life. So the questions, this is a long answer to a short question. So the ego consciousness is just this developing awareness. So there's not any awareness here. There's beginning awareness when the child realizes that just because it wishes something, it doesn't happen. And mother doesn't always come when he wishes her to come. Because if he were God, he'd wish it and it would be. So gradually, you get the capacity to differentiate between your I, the ego, consciousness, your I, and the self. And after, we'll see later as we go, this is just an overview of what we'll deal with today. When you get to this point, you've got fully differentiated. You are no longer driven in a dysfunctional way by the powers of the archetypal self. But you also, at this point, this is a modern person. you also are in exile because you don't feel your oneness with it. You feel you got to do everything out of your ego. This is the high performance person. But this is, spiritually speaking, and psychologically speaking, a state of exile. Exile from what? Well, from a sense of peace, from a sense of abundance, from a sense that you can relax and be in the flow. You're not in flow when you're here. And you may be getting ready to enter flow, and this is probably the little cusp of when consistent flow, more consistent flow begins to happen in your life. But so this is, so far, this is classical Jungian psychology. Last night I did not talk about Neumann much, but see, in Neumann's Origins and History of Consciousness, he covers the ground that Ettinger covers, but then he brings you back into union. So in the Origins and History of Consciousness, you spend the first half of life differentiating, but then at the zenith of your ego development, in terms of your separate ego, what they call, some feminists call the separative self. The separative self. This is I, me, mine. My creativity is mine. I did it. You should admire me. That sort of thing. But it's still needy. It wants to be admired and a celebrity. It's committed to being important. But while you're committed to being important, and of course you are important. So that's not a total lie. You are important. But that's not the fully matured way of being important. I mean, you're important when you're in here. Why I say that? Because you're in it. You're not exiled from it. Yeah. You're in it. There's never a time when you are, in fact, this is misleading, because even when you are at that point of exile, you're still in it, you just don't know it. So that's why I have those marks being, those shadowy marks being that the ego is still unconscious. It's not fully conscious yet, if you have sorry. Now the other concept that I brought in and I bring in my systems theory, I was very privileged. My wife, Margaret Shanahan, is a Jungian analyst, and during her early studies, she did extensive work in the psychoanalytic self-psychology tradition. And she studied extensively with Heinz Kohut's right-hand partner, Ernest Wolff. And so she did a lot of supervision with Ernest Wolff, and Ernest Wolff's book, Treating the Self, is an excellent book. But in that Kohut tradition, they put a lot of emphasis on the nuclear self, with a little less self, which is not the same as the ego, but it's certainly not the same as the archetypal self. So the archetypal self does not develop. It is what it is. Now, Jung thought it developed. Yeah.
Are you using archetypal self?
Dragon and the great it and the great self, those are all different terms. One of the things, language always obscures. And I have begun to take a note from the work of George Grodek, who was the man that Freud took the concept of the it from. So the trajectory from the early days of psychoanalysis to my work is George Grodek, Freud, Jung, and then my work, because we all in some way talk about the great it. In Freud, he calls it the id, because that, and in German, it's just it. It never was id until it got translated into English. And so it has always been it. And the archetypal self, in my view, is the it. And this is true spiritually as well as psychologically. Language discloses and obscures at the same time. So when you say God, there may be a certain truth that you're disclosing, but by the fact that you think you can get it into that little word, it is obscuring. So this my point of view is in some ways close to a Buddhist point of view, because or a Taoist point of view, because it's like in Taoism they say the Tao that you can name is not the Tao. So if you want to read, when I say it, if you want to read that, the Tao, but that's really no better than calling it God or Allah. And if you want to understand the philosophy of language under this, you simply read and study Paul Tillich. Because Paul Tillich believes that all religions, he believed we had to speak, we have to symbolize, but every time we do it, we get it wrong. We have to do it. So everything I'm telling you is partly true and partly wrong. And all I can do is to tell you what I see, and then you have to take that, we Southerners say, take that with 100-pound sack of salt, which means don't believe it because I say it. Experiment for yourself. Do empirical work yourself. So don't take what I say as somehow the truth. Just experiment for yourself. And so if you do some of the things that, if you practice dream interpretation and active imagination, you will learn what I'm talking about. Maybe you can teach me something. Because all I know about all this is what I have learned from my outfits.
Wow. And maybe.
Yes, back here.
When you said the archetypal self doesn't change, wasn't Jung saying the God image changes, God does not? That's right.
Well, I think that the God image always changes. Right?
Right.
Because culture changes. Everything comes through culture. Right? And but now Jung actually thought that God changes. Or that it changes. Let's put it this way. I don't think you are going to improve God too much.
No.
See? So in other words, Jung sort of saw the, well, this is complicated, but I'll try to explain it to you as we go. Jung believed that the self was synonymous, the archetypal self was synonymous with Mercurius. And if you want to get clear sense, you read Jung's writings on Mercurius. What is Mercurius? It is a balance of all the opposites. You can't pin it down, you can't control it, you can't manipulate it. What I'm trying to teach a lot of these scientists that we're working with is that they can't really manipulate the it like a sorcerer. And a lot of them want to be sorcerers. And you know what happens today. You know, you make scientific discoveries and then you patent them. And then you charge exorbitant amounts of money for drugs that people need to stay alive. How that works. I won't get into that harangue like Robert Bly. I will not harangue about that now for a while. I got too much to do. But the third thing that I have added, because of the influence of psychoanalytic self-psychology and Kohut, is the idea of the little s self, which I call the system self. That's the little s. What we know because of systems theory is, and the work of Kohut and Ernest Wolff and others, is that when you're born, you don't have a nuclear. You do not have a functioning nuclear self. And you have an archetypal self, or it has you. The archetypal self has you. But you have not, here's the word, structuralized internally. This is all about a process of sophisticated, increasingly beautiful system integration. And it's not as obscure and foggy as some folks want it to be. Actually, there will become a day when we will understand the engineering and the neuropsychology of high states. In fact, we are studying advanced states of human consciousness and paranormal capacities now. We're studying it very intensively now, and the HESA, the Human Energy Systems Alliance, is involved with these networks of scientists, of which I'm one, to try to come to a better holistic understanding of advanced human capacities. And so when I mention advanced human capacities, I'm not talking about anything that cannot be scientifically studied. I'm talking about the studies that are going on right now as we sit here of the powers of consciousness, the amazing powers of consciousness that used to be seen as mumbo jumbo and now are coming into scientific understanding. So the system self, as your personality is, I just spoke to this briefly last night, your personality is a complex adaptive system, and it is more or less beautifully organized. And later on today, I want you to start now to start thinking about, well, in what ways am I not beautifully organized as a complex adaptive system? What are the sources of my fragmentation? Because everybody in this room has a proneness to fragment sometimes. You know, that's what it means to be a system. That's what it means to be a complex adaptive system. No complex adaptive system is perfect, but they vary in their beauty and their elegance. Now, men, let me speak for the men here. Men will often see incredible beauty in a well-designed automobile. And for men, that automobiles are often art objects. And, some of them wouldn't go in an art museum if you held a gun to their head. But they do have things that they see beauty in, and it's usually about elegant engineering. Like I worked with an older man, and he was very depressed, and really, really kind of going down the tubes, which happens to you is if you're a man and you don't wake up. Men kind of go over the edge of the abyss after about 55 if they don't wake up. And so this guy, so I'm working with him and I'm trying to find something he loves, even at a distance. So I look and I look and I look and I look, and I wasn't going to anything. But then one day he brings me over a photographic book, little photographic book, and it's of an E-Series Jaguar.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you know about the E-Series Jaguar. You know about the E-Series, you do. So he brings this book in and he tosses it on the table. A little crotchety. So I picked this book up and I started looking through these E-Series Jaguars. Well, they are very aerodynamic. They are amazing design. And I didn't know anything about E-Jaguars. And I learned about synchronicity about the time that he's showing me this out in the newspaper, New York Times. There was an article about the E-Jaguar. And it turns out that it was so elegant a design that even the art world recognized it as a piece of art. And so this guy, he was showing me one thing that he could feel love for, but it was at a distance.
Why?
He'd show himself. Once you were. He could afford it. He never spent anything in anything. And it was like I hit him with a stick, a Zen stick. Pop! Oh, I couldn't do that. But the eyes lighted up. Sure enough, he started looking for available E-Jags. And as he looked for the E-Jags, see, what had happened was he was, I'll show you the diagram a little bit, he experienced an epiphany. But the epiphany was like the Magi seeing the star in the sky out there. So he saw that E-Jag out there, and that was his experience of God. I did. And I encouraged him not to, if he didn't, if he could afford it, I said, well, you choose how you spend your money, and so what's keeping you from having what you want? Well, his father died when he was very small. So what really was going on is he had never had a father's blessing ever to appear in the world. So if you can't appear in the world, you can't have a Jag. So anyway, it's a long story, and I'd love to tell you the whole thing, but right now there's a beautiful white E-Jag sitting in his garage, which he lovingly polishes and improves to fit him, and his life has come back. He's gotten interested in his life. He's still not as interested in his life as I'm interested in his life. But if you're a therapist, you're going to experience, and you need to experience, you need to be more interested in the people you're working with than they are. Because most of the time, people who are hurting have a lot of ambivalence about paying attention to themselves. And the therapist needs to be able to be extremely interested in their uniqueness, their potential. Right? Yes, go ahead.
Can you get the Father's blessing from the architect self?
Yes, I thank you for that wonderful question. I believe you can. I believe you get it through the other world, the archetypal world. And in fact, I think a little human parent is a priest and they're a priest and priestess that are supposed to be mediating these archetypal fathers and mothers. And that's not original with me, that's Edinger. Edinger believed that if you had a really nasty experience with mother and or father, that what has happened is that your experience of the positive aspect of the mother and father archetype, what I call the king and queen, that it's the king and queen who bless. And so you may, because of your parent, have an absent king, like this man grew up with an absent. He was probably wide when he was like 5. And in the transference, I am his father. And it's not funny, he's not older than me. But I'm happy to stand in until he can bring in the blessing from the archetypal father. So anyway, so this system self, it has to be constructed. The ego can develop, but in my view, it would only develop as much as the system self allows. Why is that? Because you have to have an inner structure, and that structure is not there. The inner personal structure is not there before. The blueprint for it is there, but it has to be evoked by culture. It has to be evoked by relationships. We're learning more and more now about the development of the brain through relatedness, right? So if you're going to be a healthy human being, you have to work on nurturing. You have to work on really positive relationships. You have to have the courage to expose yourself to more positive relationships than you used to be able to expose yourself. Is that the view? Okay. So, yes.
Your word system self.
It's a little less.
Is it important that it's system
Self as opposed to self-system?
I can use it either way, but I want to have people know that the word self does not interpret itself. There's lots of potential meanings. I have a very specific meaning. That's why I say system self, because I'm speaking of that structure in you. It's like Kohut's, the development of a nuclear self. Because Kohut believed that there was a germ for a nuclear self in you when you're born, but it has to be evoked, and it has to be deployed, and it has to be consolidated. And as you do that, then you are able to lower your anxiety level. And if you plot Kohut's work beside mine, there are many parallels, because self-psychologists talk about pacification, the process of pacification. And what they mean is the energies and the grandiose energies in the psyche get gradually more regulated. And I believe that happens, yes.
You talk about systems, how it makes me wonder if it gets developed and all it moves.
Well, we evolved, our neurobiology evolved to expect the development of the self in intimate relationships. In fact, if you read the latest neurobiology, you will put a lot more emphasis on your friendships and your intimate relationships, and you will put a lot more energy into becoming more loving in those relationships, and trying to seek out people who really love you, and try to eliminate your connection to those people that envy you and hate you because you're good, or who can't really affirm you. I think it's extremely important to limit contact, have only contact only as needed with people who are not supportive of your health.
So there are reasons to the system sound.
Excuse me?
There's something like, what is the system sound?
Oh yes. Oh yeah, envy is poison. If you experience yourself being envied, it's very poisonous. Read Anne Yulenow's wonderful book, Cinderella and Her Sisters. That's a hard book to read because it exposes a lot of your unconscious fears. Because there's nobody in this room that is not fearful of being envied and hated, and have people look at you, objectifying you, as the French say, scooping you out.
What was the name of the book again? Cinderella?
Cinderella and Her Sisters. It's all about envy. And it's a book you don't want to sit down and read upon reading because you'll be awfully depressed after you finish. But it's important for you to read that book because there are a lot of toxicity that comes at you, not about what's bad about you, but about what's good about you. Your beauty as a person, your knowledge, your capacity to be assertive, your capacity to relate. Empty people will hate you for all of that. And this is why you have to develop your warrior. You have to get the capacity to put on your body armor. St. Paul said, put on the full armor of God. Well, there's a lot of things you need to not make yourself vulnerable to. This is what I don't like about the New Age. I mean, I've learned much, and much of the New Age kind of ethos I appreciate things that the New Age has done, but they are too Pollyannish. There's a lot of horrible, evil, toxic influences on you, yes.
Can you say some more about conflict being integrative when the family itself is poisonous?
Yeah. Did you hear the question? She says, Rose says, could I say something about what's going on when the family itself is poisonous?
To the individual.
To the individual. Yeah, I could say a lot about that. This is where I would refer you to a point of view that's very compatible with mine, and that is the systems theory of Bowenianism, or Murray Bowen systems theory. I think it's really the best of the family systems theories, and right now it's the most sophisticated scientifically, because they're doing a very holistic scientific integration of Bowen's thought with contemporary neuroscience and so on. But it's quite clear that your family of origin will have great ambivalence about your beauty. Your siblings will, and your mother may, your father may. So to the extent that you don't feel that you've received consistent blessings from your family of origin, you join the rest of us, because most of us have not received consistent blessings from our family of origin. That is probably a condition to be managed and not a problem to be solved, because family systems work on the principle of scarcity. Family systems operate on the principle of scarcity. You know what I mean? There's not enough to go around, especially if you're in a big family. And so it's sort of Darwinian, family of origin.
I had an experience a few years ago where we used some Jungian systems theory to work on some team building wellness and had some amazing results. And I really should an experience using Jungian systems.
Yeah, well, I consult a lot. First thing I do when I consult with an organization or a company is I get them to read. You might as well get your list, your bibliography out. I'm going to give you some more books. You're going to read the book, The Anxious Organization. And that's a Bohemian book. And the deal is that the family of origin, well, look, the family of origin gives you good practice. Because it's not going to be all that much unlike the world you'll meet when you get out of the family of origin. So you need to view your training in the family of origin to deal with toxicity. Sisters and, Cinderella, envious sisters like Cinderella, or envious mothers, and envious fathers. I've seen them all in my practice. And this is why, persona development is important. Because you've got to develop your family persona to protect yourself. You've got to learn that you can't share everything with your family members. And that's that whole thing about learning how to keep secrets, keep privacy. But in Bowen, if I had time, I'll show you a diagram I have where I plot Bowen and self-psychology together. But what we call a true self or a individuating self, Bowen theory talks about as a differentiating self. And that's the same idea, just different words. And so you've got to get to the point where you can differentiate. See, the family carries a lot of energies of the self, but unconsciously. Carries it unconsciously. So in therapy and in your own personal work, you've got to toughen up. Because you've got to deal with a lot of toxicity. You've got to have batteries. That's that warrior system development. You've got to have the capacity. You've got to have the capacity to put up shielding over your heart so that when people get out of control emotionally, which is a lot of the time that happens, you don't welcome the lance right into your heart. Secret of marriage. Secret of marriage. If you want to stay married, you start to understand your spouse is they're themselves sometimes and they're not themselves sometimes. And if you want a really good book to read about that, read John Lee's book, Growing Yourself Back Up. Because John Lee says that we all become 3-year-olds periodically. And when we regress, we are not our adult self. And when we get enraged, I guarantee you, you're not your adult self. And you will say things to your spouse that are extremely hurtful. And your spouse needs to be wise. And they need to be able to say, he's really angry and hurt now for some reason. And he's regressed. And I'm not going to take everything he or she says right now literally. I'm going to take it as an indication that they're very upset, very disturbed, and very hurt, and very anxious, and very frightened. Because when you rage, you're frightened. Absolutely. So, yes.
They've done a lot of research to prove that buying those when buying those.
Always.
And you have a first dash. How would you develop that body awareness that penetrates within the thinking versus trying to get it all off when that delays? You just be a it.
Well, it's very important. I want to emphasize that I think that the archetypal self is completely in the body and conscious. And so there's no distinction in what I'm presenting from psychosomatic medicine. And that's one of the places that I appreciate George Braddock so much. Because he was one of the first people that was into holistic medicine. And the use of massage. And he did body therapy back in 1900. He had a treatment center where they used a lot of massage, and he believed that you, and I agree with this, you really need to find some massage therapist or bodywork therapist that really, really are gifted. And the only way you can find that out is by experimenting about reports of others. But I'm emphasizing that more and more as I go, because I'm learning. See, I work at the graduate school with the Institute for Spirituality and Wellness, and we're working on a holistic integrative theory, and it's quite clear that what you say is right. The body knows, and all of our psycho-neuro-immunological systems are always on. So we got to get past dualisms between the body and the mind and the soul and the ego, because we are one being. I would just say that the archetypal self, the great it, infuses it all. And it's conscious. And it's always conscious. But we are not. Right? Right. Well, that's really literally true. We are not. But the good news is you can get a lot more conscious and get more conscious fast. I was teasing somebody. I'm going to recommend this book, those of you, especially those of you 40 and over, a few of us here, Younger Next Year. Younger Next Year. And in that book, it's full of knowledge about what the body thinks and what you have to do to make it feel good, make it feel like it wants to stay alive. And I can't quote its name, but it's the only book by that name on Amazon.
Kind of related to that, and comment that how much you think of blood, track what to get people around support it. Seems like it's also really important to have people around to keep eating love. And things that have a spot
that your body can really love. That's right. No, the research is showing very, very, without any question, that you need the love to stay healthy. And you also need your pack. That's the wonderful thing about this outfit that you are all a part of. You form a kind of a pack. You probably are participating in several different packs, I hope. Because as you get older, you need to really concentrate, and you got to banish the word retirement from your language and just deploy your energies differently as you get older. And I would say more effectively.
This reminds me of why Yoga told Marie Louise Franz that he's going to work with her. She had to live with somebody, have a roommate, and she lived with Paramahansa. I think they had a lifelong friendship. Yeah. I think both really flourished in many ways.
Yes. Well, and if you're really introverted, this is a real challenge. It's always a challenge for anybody.
Younger Next Year for women.
They do have Younger Next Year for women.
Look, Bruce Crowley and Henry S. Lodge.
Chris Crowley and Henry S. Lodge. Hank is an internist MD who, and the other guy is a writer and somebody's worked with Hank a long time. So anyway, I really emphasize it. Get that book. It will change your life because it will make you pay a lot more attention to loving your body, giving it what it needs. Yeah.
The study I read, very fascinating. They got people basically live streamed and said, here's 3 stacks and we'll make money, and they're all kind of just trying to do it. Well, the DAC is stack. One, you were going to lose money, one, you were going to make money. So then they wired them up and were monitoring sweat coming off of their hand to touch the card. Yeah. And they're finding you at the tip, on the average, the 10th time they touch that card, but they're minding you the 60th time.
Yeah.
That it's stacked. That's like, this is not.
Yeah. 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 You know right. You know the word, the book Blink. Seen that? That's about being much more mindful of your hunches. And when you get a hunch, don't dismiss it so quick because it may be coming from the body. The body may already be reading something that your ego hadn't thought of with. So, in any case, so let me just finish this up, and we'll have a few more questions and comments, and we'll take a short break. But anyway, so the system self is the thing that has to be constructed as a vessel. You have got to work hard at building that inner structure. The psychoanalytic self-psychologists call it structuralization, and I agree with that. Now, they use the word pacification. And what they mean is becoming more peaceful with regard to all these turmoil of chaotic energies. And I agree with that too. But I don't like the word pacification because that sort of implies that you're taming it. You're not really going to tame the archetypal self. It is never domesticated. It can never be owned. It can never, in fact, you do not have an archetypal self. It has you. It has always had you. And as you develop and grow spiritually and psychologically, you get to the point where you find that that's not a curse. That's the original blessing. You've heard that yet?
Is that what Jung meant in one of his letters to the Muir Whites? He said that self wants to reconcile its opposites in us.
Yes.
And no joke about it.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that?
Well, he said that in a letter of Jung to Victor White, who was a priest, he was arguing the case that the self wants to balance the opposites in us. Now, Jung thought that the archetypal self needed us to optimize its own balance. I don't really agree with that. I think it does need us, however, to manifest appropriately in the world. So, in other words, I think the archetypal self has desires. I think it's an emotional reality. And so I push beyond. I think it's an emotional reality. I think it has emotions. What I try to tell people, and this, you see how different this is from most contemporary people. Because
Exactly.
This is very.
Say it's an emotional reality because the feeling you always get is that it's not emotional at all.
Until you start until you do long-term active imagination, you will begin to pay attention. You will begin to see that it does have an agenda. It speaks an agenda, and you can see that it cares about certain things more than others. And
So would you say it needs to be good?
I think it leans toward integration.
Toward integration.
Right. And I think you've got to be careful about good evil dualisms. But I think it is going to press for a balanced whole personality. And if you cooperate with it and do what you can to actually grow toward optimal integration and optimal balance, then it doesn't up the ante. It doesn't press you hard and from the inside. But if you do not want to cooperate, this is a very bad plan. Because it is not going to stop pressing toward wholeness. And if you insist on not becoming whole, negative things will happen in your life. I can guarantee you that. So, yeah.
In another letter, this one's Elodie Koshnik. He referred to Elodie Koshnik letter.
Yeah.
He referred to, I think he was talking about God. The God beyond, the demigod beyond.
Yeah.
As being dimly conscious.
Yes.
Just, conscious of maybe the next step. Yeah. But nothing else.
I disagree.
Okay, good.
I disagree with him very much. All the evidence that I see, and I'm just basing my work on clinical evidence. The evidence I see is that it's not your job to educate it. In fact, I think that's so amazingly grandiose to think that you're going to educate it. But take your pick. If you want to believe that the most powerful forces in the universe are split and ambivalent, you can do that. I don't choose to believe that. I don't see the evidence for that. I think what Jung saw, though, I think Jung saw very clearly. Let me say this very clearly so that I don't really misunderstand. I think human experiences of the archetypal self do change a great deal. And I think when it's always present in you. It's not ever absent. But if your conscious mind persists in denying its presence, that doesn't mean its presence and its effects will go away. So in other words, we don't have to say that it has an evil side to say that we don't have to say that it's half evil. We don't have to say that in order to say that human beings experience it as negative, because they do. As long as you're not creating, Jung did say this, so pay attention to that. Jung said, the archetypal self turns the face to you, that you turn to it. Well, let's just think, what could that mean? Well, if you are welcoming and wanting to be open to a partnership, then it doesn't have to manifest in negative ways to get your attention. But if you refuse, if you simply try to stay alone, if you try to maintain the fiction of being alone in your psyche, you're going to have archetypal indigestion. Because there's a big thing in you that you are trying to pretend is not there. It's going to give you psychic indigestion. And that's going to be experienced as the ugly face of it. Because if you are trying to live your life without any kind of openness to what it knows, your body's going to have problems. In fact, you can interpret disease. You can interpret disease as being tone deaf to its voice in the body. So when I'm when I'm trying to deal with my illnesses, I have to realize that there's some way in which I am not listening to something that's making me sick. That's the voice of illness people know about. Thank you for your interesting questions and discussion. Let's take our break now, and let's come back at 10:30, and then I'll run you through these slides before noon, and then we will save our afternoon for the dialogue. Okay, let's run through these diagrams before noon. So, Attila the timekeeper, give me a wave like this at 15 till 12. So what we're going to do, we're going to run through these slides and just talk about each one of them briefly. And you've got most of them there in your packets. And there's those little places where you find little blank spots, that was computer glitch. So the lines are supposed to be continuous where you see those little glitches. All right, so you ready to go? Okay. Okay, this is the image of the Axis Mundi, which is this is a way to illustrate the human spiritual traditions. All had a sense of the center, the true center. I have other slideshows where I show the Kaaba in Islam, all kinds of sacred mountains, sacred trees. There's always a representation of the sacred center out there, and that's at the heart of pilgrimage. All pilgrimages, you're on a pilgrimage right now, your journey to the center. And so in the human psyche, spiritual experience has always recognized that if you get very far away from the center of the true center of the world, it's not me. The true center is not me. If you study the work of Mircea Eliade, E-L-I-A-D-E, his work documents this journey to the center in all these world religions, both axial religions like Islam and so forth, and indigenous tribal religions. So if I had my way, I would not allow anyone to become a Jungian analyst without having studied the collected works of Mircea Eliade. Because if you have not studied Mircea Eliade, and for example, studying Joseph Campbell's collected works is also very helpful. But Campbell is not actually as much of a Jungian as people think. Eliade is much more Jungian. And that got Eliade in trouble at the University of Chicago. And so when Eliade came to the United States, his book was Archetypes in Comparative Religion. When he got to the University of Chicago, he had to change that to Patterns in Comparative Religion. So if you really want a Jungian take, Eliade's not completely Jungian either, but he does know there's a trans-consciousness, and he sees this journey to the center from this. You can come at the center from any direction, but the further you get away from the center, it gets cold and chaotic out here, or it gets hot and chaotic. There's cold chaos and hot chaos. If you're a drug addict, you're probably in hot chaos, or if you're a rageaholic, you're in hot chaos. If you're chronically very depressed, you're in cold chaos. But this is before the center fell into the psyche. Jung believed, I don't have time to go into all the historical developments that led to the fall of the sacred canopy of the mythic worlds. But elsewhere I do. But in short, the history of religion is the history of the quest for the center, the true center, with capital T, capital C. Next slide. Yeah, okay.
So the whole, yeah, the Akaya.
Yeah.
I need people to simply put whole hot.
That's right.
And they don't necessarily stay in one.
That's right. That's right. And it's very popular right now as a way to be a.
Yes.
In other words, you hear people throwing the word of bipolar around tremendous amount. I encourage you to take that with a 100-pound sack of salt, because it is more what you're talking about. People do cycle between cold and hot. This is a regulation phenomenon. The personalities have not been aided sufficiently in internal structuralization, and medication can help reduce the size of the swings, but it does not cure the condition. And the drug companies are pressing very hard now, for example, to eliminate psychotherapy with depressed people as a legitimate thing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going all over.
Oh, I know it is. It is. I know it. And because it's not, quote, cost efficient.
Well, the only outcome studies show that psychotherapy along with medication, you're going to see this.
The best effect. All the research supports that. But the money is in just medication. So now don't get me wrong, I'm not against medicating people when they really need it, because I've seen the arrest of decline comes with medication, and I use it often with people that are on a terminal trajectory. And but that's getting medicated is just getting the arrest of the regression. And then you need help. And you gotta do better help. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the sacred mountain image. I mean, this is the ascent to the center. This is what's going on in the individuation process. And I could show you all these slides of sacred mountains around the world. You know the Mount Fuji, you know Mount Shasta, you know Mount Horeb, you know Mount Sinai. And where they did not have actual mountains. Next slide. Oh, we don't have the Mayan pyramid in there. I have an image of a Mayan pyramid and Egyptian pyramids. But where they didn't have mountains, they built them. So pyramids are human-built mountains, sacred mountains. And this is an image from Jung's collected works. I told you about last night about Jung's fascination with the crystalline structure of the archetypal self. The archetypal self had this shape, and you can see in his collected works, you can see his series of pictures in which he's trying to think about what the faces. The issue is, what are the faces? What are the facets of the diamond, of the octahedron? Next image. Yeah, sure.
I say the pyramids, which are the four-sided.
Yes.
Diagram kind of look like that. I
was wondering about lower cap, the unseen below ground part.
Yeah.
I really want to talk about that, but
they never do. But
that's the unconscious.
Yeah, my understanding is that there's always an implied first pyramid.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And in my work, we'll see what I do with it in my work. Go ahead, next one. This is what I was telling you about last night, the structural representation of Toni Wolff. This is she has the mother and the Hitara as opposites, and she has the Amazon and the medial woman as opposites. Now there's method in her madness here. And what she's trying to show is that these two are in a dialectic with each other. They are personal, impersonal. They are impersonal. They are not primarily about personal relationships. This is the Jungian analyst woman. I jest, But this is the warrior woman. This is the lover woman. This is the mother woman. And so these are personally related. That is to say, it's the intensity and quality of the personal relatedness on this axis for her. I'll show you where it is on my theory. But this is more impersonal. This person is primarily interested in the mysteries. And they're interested in gnosis, G-N-O-S-I-S. They're interested in illumination, knowledge, and understanding. And that takes time to see of everything. This woman is interested in the mission. She doesn't want her breast getting in the way. And she doesn't let nurturing hamper her mission, her own role. So let's go to the next slide. Here's another one where they've put the different representations. Demeter, the goddess Demeter, Aphrodite, Pythia, and Hippolytus. So anyway, that's just one of the other images about Tony Wolff. Next.
Was this based on Wolff's work?
Oh yeah, that is Wolff's work. This is Wolff's work.
She's calling it different things.
She calls it different things.
Madame
Blavatsky. Madame Blavatsky was a very, very influential and prominent theosophist. And you should look into that. If you ever want to know anything about a religious group, get my friend Gordon Melton's work, his Encyclopedia of American Religions, and then together we developed a world encyclopedia, four huge volumes, through the Institute for World Spirituality, which I worked with for many years. But anyway, if you look at Gordon Melton's work, you can find out the details on any religious tradition. Carefully. Gordon, J is his first initial, Gordon Melton, M-E-L-T-O-N. I'm indebted to him for M-E-L-T-O-N. If you look in any library, any sophisticated library, they'll have his encyclopedias of religion. The World Encyclopedia is dedicated to me and the Institute for World Spirituality because we raised the money for it to be done. And so anyway, we did that so that different religious groups could communicate with each other without bad information. And but in any case, so this is Tony Wolff's work, and I am serious when I say she discovered these things before I did. I didn't realize that because I didn't know her work very well when I was younger. Next slide. Now this is Whitmont's attempt to do the masculine based on Tony Wolff's issues. Jehovah God, Father. Eros, he calls it the Son. I would think that he needed a little more analysis with him. Because this is the male lover, and it's not a son. Although the son does love his father. Sons love their fathers fiercely, and get their feelings hurt always. They get disappointed and hurt by the fact their father can't love them back in his once you to meet them. Most fathers cannot. It doesn't mean all can. Wise man Aristotle, that's the magician. Heracles, the hero. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. The hero's not a good example for the male warrior because heroes are always immature. Heroes are always immature because they're doing it for their glory. This
How is it your
you can't be a mature hero in my view.
So if you're mature, what would you be in this in that?
You would be a really consolidated mature warrior. Those seals were not heroes; they were warriors. They were mature warriors. They didn't do that for glory. The warrior has brought his own narcissism. See, a lot of soldiers are not warriors because they're still acting out. Like, for example, I've tried for many years to get the Defense Department to study my work so that they would be able to teach young soldiers what a real warrior is. And they try hard, but if you look at the extent of rape in the military, you will know that they are not all mature warriors, because a warrior would never commit rape. A true warrior would be very antagonistic to rapists. You follow me? And there's an epidemic of rape in the military that's not talked about. We hear about it when women are raped, but we do not hear about the extent very much of the rape of men. There's a tremendous epidemic of the rape of men in the military, and that they keep that hidden. And the officer corps does not understand what that means. It means that they have really done a bad job of helping these young men and women understand what a real warrior is. You follow me? Yeah. And I got very close. I had an appointment. I spoke with one of the people in the Secretary of the Navy's office, and I was invited to talk about this with the Commandant of the Marine Corps. And I had an appointment to talk to the Commandant of the Marine Corps about this issue. It was after Tailhook. You remember Tailhook? The rape of those female officers. And just as I was leaving to go to Washington to meet with the Commandant of the Marine Corps, the rapes were committed in Japan, and he had to go to take care of that disturbance, and our meeting was canceled and was never rescheduled. But I'm very concerned that differentiation be made between hero and warrior, because hero is an adolescent.
What do you see sort of aperture in the military? What do they all cover up?
It's very similar.
And it's almost all men.
It is men, and it's also a huge shadow. And the officer corps of the church is implicated, just like the officer corps in the military is implicated. And if any of you have close connections to the higher up military people, you can pass my word on. I'll probably get to do that sometime. Next slide.
I think the military officer after World War II found that only 25% of soldiers during World War II shot and were killed.
Yeah.
There was hesitation. They did not want to this, just like this now. And only 25% shot and killed.
Yeah.
On impulse. So what did the military do? They changed the way of training and got them to just be archetypal. Don't take that word down. So
yeah, there's a lot of studies on that. And I don't have time today to get into it more, but but that's right. And there's a lot that that needs to be done on that. This is Edinger, that wonderful book, Ego and Archetype, and I want you, if you do not know that book, I hope you will study it carefully and learn from this giant. He was a giant. He was considered the dean of Jungian analysts. Now we have a lot of younger analysts that think they're too smart to really value Edinger, and I'm amused by that. It's like Edinger, they feel Edinger was too romantic about Jung, too idealizing of Jung. Edinger did think Jung had broken the code, but I think that's true. So I think that anytime you hear anybody depreciating Edward Edinger, I think you need to be aware of a little hubris. This is the cycle. This is starting out inflated. Then you get over here and you run into reality. Reality is like a bridge abutment. And it's not pliable. You let your grandiosity take you to a place where you're not really in touch with reality. That's the reality principle of Freud. You got to face the reality principle, and then this brings you down, as the young people say. You're bringing me down. That you crash, and then you get down here. And if you do not see, it's not guaranteed that you're going to come back up.
Yeah.
This is a little misleading, but you can crash and die here. A lot of people do. But you see that humility and repentance? This is the sacrificial attitude I was talking about last night. If you realize that you've really been inflated and you don't just go terminal through suicide or depression or illness, then you start reconnecting and you accept the reality of the self. You accept the reality of reality. But then you can come back and become more connected and more open and more cooperative with the archetypal self. Then you get the flood of energy again. Now, if you follow Edinger on this is another inflation as you get up here. You might call this the manic depressive cycle. I would not say this is a normative model, although it's kind of presented as such. It's what so often happens. You remember those, I was talking last night about the high performance personalities? Well, this happens to them.
So what happens in the passive inflation?
Well, you're just not as virulently inflated as you were. But like say you're the high performance person I was talking about last night, and you get a disappointment and you crash and you're depressed a while, but then you start coming back, and this is where you got the Nobel Prize. But then if you recover, you start restoring, as the self-psychologists say. You begin the process of restoration. You have enough resilience, and so you start coming back. You pick yourself up, and then you start working again, and then you start using your creativity again, and you just have not reached this point in which it's over the top. So passive inflation, I think what he means is just, it's not as flagrant yet. But he says, if you keep on, if that archetypal self keeps pouring that energy in, you're going to get more and more inflated unless you have a spirituality to give it back. Like you see in the transformation symbolism in the Mass, right? You understand what I mean? Okay, next slide. Now this is the diagram I've got up here. This is Edinger's idea of the development of the ego-self axis. The unconscious ego, the gradually developing of awareness, and this is the part that's still merged with the archetypal self without knowing it. This is merger, total merger without knowing it. This is partial merger. This is, you could say that the development of a relationship is like this. Because usually when you start a relationship, you are just sitting on each other's lap.
Well, in your diagram on the board there, the ego is still shadowy in stage 4. This one is not.
Yes, I've changed that because I think in stage 4 the ego is still quite shadowy because it doesn't realize the presence of the it in them. It doesn't realize that this is really in here. You follow me? So this is why I've done these other diagrams. These are the diagrams I've created for this weekend to show the complete process, which Edinger does not show. Yeah.
You specify good rapport really on the system modern. You trying to
modern man.
Between primitive man?
Yes. Modern man. Yeah, it's very important for us who are trying to understand all this stuff to know the dynamics of modernity. What is modernity? It's started in the Reformation and the Renaissance was not really modern, but the Reformation, the depreciation of symbols, and the Protestants are very, very, very not positive about symbols. Now there are Protestants today that I have been able to influence, and I'm trying to get Protestants more interested in it. The Episcopalians are the only people that are, and they're not really Protestant in a certain way. They're Catholic. They call themselves Anglo-Catholics. So okay. Now I mentioned Eric Neumann last time. Yes.
For your diagram, where does the system self fit into that category?
You can't fit it in that, and it doesn't fit in here either. Because I'm still dealing with if we were to take Edinger and revise it in a classical way, it's just ego and self, ego and archetypal self. This is the way it would go. The system self. I mean, if I were to diagram the system self. Yeah. Okay. Let me try to do that. This psyche here has developed the beginnings of a vessel. There's the beginning of a vessel here, but it's not really used. The modern psyche has an ego consciousness that's developed, and the modern ego has managed to really repress the sacred. It's very, very capable and intent on repressing the sacred. This is what explains the lack of popularity of Jung in universities. Because universities function, at least modern and postmodern, which I don't think what people in universities call postmodern is postmodern. I think it's hypermodern. But anyway, the modernist, if you want to understand the development of modernity, you want to study the work of Peter Homans and Peter Berger. Peter Homans and Peter Berger, the sociologist of knowledge. So what you need to understand is we got the Protestant mind developed very anti-symbolic, did not want you to have a sense of the experience of God directly. They wanted the experience of God to come through the scriptures only. Sola scriptura, right? That's the Protestant dictum. Sola scriptura. And the primary sacrament in Protestantism is the speaking of the word from the Scriptura. So you interpret the Bible. You do not have direct, it's very fascinating. Protestants wanted to emphasize that you didn't need a priest to connect you to the divine. But what Protestants did was to flatten out the experience of the divine, the personal experience of the divine. Catholics, on the other hand, have tended to make a franchise out of the sacred. Yes, that is to say, to have the fantasy that they can control this product. So we can't let women touch this product. It will be defiled. Or, we can't have women consecrating the host. That's a whole, I could talk about that for hours, but I don't want to stay there. The point being that this point right here is a modern psyche, because you've gotten the capacity to really repress the eruptions of the sacred, because all sacred experience in modernity is considered a superstition. So if you are really into the experience of the sacred, there's a sense in which you're not a modern person. And the question then is, are you pre-modern or are you truly postmodern? And I consider Jung one of the first truly postmodern men, truly postmodern, in the sense that what I believe a postmodern is, and the word should always be used like this, not like it's used in the universities, but postmodern ought to mean that you keep the good that was developed in modern culture, but you go back and you have a creative regression and you learn from your elders. So you go back for that ancient wisdom. That's what Jung did. Jung sought to keep his scientific mind, his scientific attitude, and to augment it with honoring the wisdom of the past. So Jungian psychology is really unique in that way, because except for certain people in alternative healing, because there are people in alternative medicine who reach back into ancient medicine to try to bring that into partnership with contemporary allopathic medicine. Yes.
So, prostituting out of the
Existence of literalism.
Yes.
out of way of
It's a defense against God. Now, I love Protestants. I teach a lot of them. But I try to disabuse them of this business. I have one friend on my faculty, Neil Gerdes, who I love. He's a professor of spirituality and a librarian. And he is a Unitarian and a Catholic layperson. A Unitarian minister and a Catholic layperson. So he's kind of got it right. I mean, he holds together those opposites. And yes, go ahead.
Where do the ecstatic religions
like Pentecostals and
fit in?
Well, they're living the life of the Spirit, and that's a religious form which is very acknowledging of the big it, and they want to let the big it come in and dwell in their bodies, and so you can be a very sophisticated Pentecostal, unlike the stereotypes. Paul Tillich, in a way, was a Pentecostal, although he wasn't engaging in the snake holding things and all that sort. But he was a theologian of the Spirit. And if I have a little time this afternoon, I'll tell you a little bit about how Tillich's work. on ecstasy fits this thing I'm talking about. But the Spirit, if you open to it, will bring you into states of ecstasy. So the Pentecostals are right about that. They're right about that. They'll take you and lift you out of yourself. And actually, this ego is in ecstasy. And it's in ecstasy in a calm, not agitated way. It's extremely loving, extremely rich with energy. The fruits of the Spirit that you read about in the Scriptures, they are present here. Listen. And there's reason to believe there are paranormal powers in this. Jesus said, "These things you shall do, and even greater things than these shall you do, after I go to my Father." Well, that's about the age of the Spirit. And, but this person, this ego is in ecstasy. This one is not. This one is where, I don't know whether you ever heard of Ernst Becker. Ernst Becker, the guy who wrote The Denial of Death and The Escape from Evil and a lot of those very brilliant modern books. He was convinced that this person can be convinced that all ideas of an afterlife are really stupid. Just stupid. A lot of the scientists are now right about, I'm trying to think, this Hitchens guy. You know who I'm talking about? What's the book? God is Not Great. He's here.
God is having the last laugh of that program.
Yes, I think so. Okay, so I want to put the system self in there now. So this person has developed a kind of vessel, but it's not an optimal vessel because huge amounts of archetypal presence and consciousness are in their unconscious still. So this is all unconscious. So we have this vessel here. And if I were to draw this better, I would put some fractures here. And fewer fractures here. And this would be a dotted line, meaning a permeable boundary, a flow between the I and the it, a conscious flow between the I and the it. So I have some lectures called Practicing the Presence, and what I'm envisioning there is the farther reaches of individuation. Lost my little pointer. Oh, there it is. What I'm envisioning there is the farther reaches of individuation. Practicing the presence, that is cultivating your consciousness so you never go to the place where you don't know it's present in you and where you can't feel that you are communicating with it, even without praying. Prayer is sort of an interim mode. Meditation and prayer are sort of a steps along the way. But when this would be a representation of what would be legitimately called holy people, saints. Doesn't mean they're ascetic though. but it would be someone who doesn't have to speak or doesn't have to do ritual practices in order to dwell. This is giving you a little preview. I didn't mean to get into this too much, but I will. I wanted to do it this afternoon. This right here is dwelling. In the house of the Lord. There are a number of symbols for this. This is like Heidegger's concept of dwelling is not too far from this. That is to say, when you are dwelling in it, you are not trying. This is what the Taoists talk about as wu wei, not doing. You are dwelling in the great other consciously. You don't have to meditate to do it. You don't have to pray in words to do it. You simply dwell in it and you love being in its presence. It's an ecstatic state. Now, is that an extraordinary state? Well, yes, it is statistically. That is to say, it takes a lot of right intention to get to that place. And you've really got to do your shadow work, and you've got to gradually love more of this and more of this. You've got to gradually increase the amount of love. So this right here is love. See, there's no darkness in that. This right here is love. This right here is love. So,
It sounds
More like that. Fourth picture of what eating.
really
yes.
Trying to get 7 really a human being, she's more than feminine in her.
Well, I know what you mean by that. That's the way Eric Neumann understands it. I don't agree with that. I think that's too sexist. I think you can be in this state and be fully masculine and fully feminine. I think it's the conjunctio. When Jung is talking about the mysterium conjunctionis, it's not about being more feminine. It's about being unity between the masculine and feminine. It's about the integration and the ecstasy of integrating the masculine and the feminine in you. So it's, at low levels, you might say it's bisexual. In unconscious language, it's hermaphroditic. If you look at the alchemical pictures, there is the hermaphrodite, which is not the conjunctio. But there are many individuals in our culture and throughout the history of culture who are hermaphroditic, and they seek to include the masculine and the feminine in themselves unconsciously. When you look at that, you just need to know that what you're seeing is an unconscious representation of the highest state. And are you tracking with me now? I'm going at high altitude here. This is the mysterium. Can anybody spell conjunctionis? Anyway, this is the sacred marriage. And that is the pinnacle of development. Iris Camus and Jung. Now that state, in this state, the body is recognized as the temple. So there's no place that the divine does not dwell in your body. And this means that all those religions that try to suppress the feminine because of the beauty of the female body are very flawed. So any religion which suppresses the beauty of the female body, has got problems. And the impetus to cover up the feminine beauty is problems. Now, I say that just to make that clear, but it's also about the covering up of male beauty. You understand? Let's think about gay men. One thing that they can experience that heterosexual men are very conflicted about is seeing how beautiful men are. What? Yes, I know that's true. That's true. But women, they're, well, that's just a long discussion. I think that it's very clear that beauty represents the great it. Anywhere you see beauty, it's a disclosure of it. Whether it's in painting or sculpture or dance, wherever. Goodness, truth, and beauty, those are expressions of the great it. Okay, so how are we doing on time? Oh, we still got lots of time. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. This is my decoding of the structure of the self, the archetypal self. In my view, the blueprint is inside you. It's all present there. And as you have developed, I'll show you this after lunch. I'll go take you through the way that you develop. Different ones of us begin our individuation from different points. Some of us begin our individuation as little magicians. We start here and then we begin to develop into these other areas. Some of us are little lovers and we begin our individuation here and then we start trying to bring in these others. Some of us are little queens. You know, if you're a first daughter, if you're the oldest daughter, you get a lot of pressure to be the little queen. And some of us are little warriors. You can see that on the playground. You know, the little bullies are people that just, they just got this itch. And, they just want to kind of put your face down in the commode. Put their brother's face down in the commode. So this is one of the things that I have to say to all those developmental theorists. Not everybody develops the same way, and to suggest that everybody develops the same way is a gross oversimplification. It's not true. So anyway, here's Jung's octahedron, and basically what I think that really is you take these are Mayan pyramids. You take this Mayan pyramid and you pick it up. And you take this Mayan pyramid and you pick it up. And you put the royal face over the royal face, and you will notice that they are only four sides. I've lost my model that I made to show you that there's only four sides. There's a lover side, a magician side, a warrior side, and a royal side. So if you painted that in color, there would only be four colors on the octahedron. I also, when you get old, it's terrible because you get more forgetful. I know none of you have noticed that. But I was going to bring a calcium fluoride crystal and pass it around because it's a natural octahedron. And I was going to pass that calcium fluoride crystal around, have you hold it in your hand and say, that's the shape of God. That's the shape of it.
It doesn't look like that?
Yes, it does look like that. I was lecturing one time and I was talking about this octahedron. And the voice in the back says, Dr. Moore, is this what you're talking about? And he held up. I had no idea that the calcium fluoride crystal was an octahedron. He had this gold calcium fluoride crystal, which we passed around. And I said, yep, that's it. So he said, hold it in your hand. Yes.
You said they will line up and you start out at school, just whatever. Is it
Similar to typology and
It's similar, it's very similar. Yes, it's similar. Absolutely.
Although you're going to have a little bit of each.
Absolutely. I don't think it's totally symmetrical with typology. John Giannini in his book, Compass, I think it's the Compass of the Soul. Isn't that thing? He relates my work to the typology work. And he thinks he can tell you in typology terms what each one of the facets would be in my work. And I think that's practically possible, but it's not theoretically consistent. So I think that the use of typology in Myers-Briggs is like Ptolemaic navigating. You can navigate with a sextant. You can sail your sailboat around the world with a sextant. But the theory underlying the sextant is a theory that has the Earth as the center. And so it's not true at the galactic level, but it's true enough to get you from Europe to South America. And I think that's the way typology is. I think it's not true at a galactic level, but it's good for navigating. So you need to learn the Myers-Briggs typology for practical reasons, not for theoretical reasons. Yes.
awesome? Listen.
Say it again.
I missed the name of the crystal.
It's the calcium fluorite crystal. You can get it in any lapidary. In fact, if we're talking about talisman, that you can carry it with you, you get a little calcium fluoride crystal, you put it on your desk. Nobody's going to know that that's God staring you in the eye to make you aware. In my consulting room, there are calcium fluoride crystals, so that they're never out of my field of vision. So I don't easily forget that it's not just two of us in the room. Okay. So here we see there are four powers. There's the royal powers, there's the lover powers, there's the magician powers, and there's the warrior powers. You see, there really is a difference between men and women structurally, in the sense that there's an asymmetry on the lover-warrior line. Developmentally, statistically speaking, women start out with more lover energy, and males start out with more warrior energy. This is statistically true, I think. It's based on cross-cultural studies. If you look at the work Reclaimed Powers, it's a cross-cultural study of men and women through the life cycle, and it supports my theory. Comparative anthropology. But when you're dealing with a person when you're dealing with yourself or some person, if you're a therapist and you're dealing with a person in your consulting room, you cannot assume that if they're a woman, they started out like this. And if you're with a man, you can't assume he started out like this, because I'll show you my configuration later. So with any individual, you have to ask, where did that individual start their journey?
Are you suggesting counterclockwise or clockwise development?
I think that in terms of the statistical probabilities, it's a clockwise. If you look at men have a lot more aggression when they're young. Statistically speaking, if you're going to be murdered, the odds are huge that who will murder you is a young male.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the most dominating scientific findings of sociology. There's no evidence to controvert it. You're not going to be killed by a young woman. a young adolescent girl. If it is, it will be basically an accident. But you're likely to be killed by a young male, particularly a young male who has not been mentored and guided.
And that's why the Christ just gets all that was taught. Even if you go look at the demographics, in fact, increasing percent of the population is the young men.
Your crime rate is going to go down. But anyway, so I will argue this with anybody based on the evidence. I'm right about this. There's not any controverting evidence to it. Those that want to argue for no differences between males and females simply have to face the data. Because this is the chief difference between males and females. And statistically, remember I'm speaking. I'm not talking about individuals. But if you're going to deal with crime, you have to see to it that young males get a lot of attention by mature people, or relatively mature people. Young women, young adolescent girls, if they don't get attention of wise elders, they're tremendously vulnerable when they're young. They are easy prey for predators. And if I had my way, young girls would all be trained in martial arts when they're young, so that they never have a day when they think that they should be vulnerable to predators. But anyway, next slide. Okay, now I think this is in your packet. This shows the life cycle statistically. Adolescence, young adulthood, midlife, adult maturity. Midlife is very striking because men at midlife will discover their lover, and men fall apart when the lover comes in, because if they've not been nurtured well and they do not know how to handle their feelings. What midlife men have not learned to handle their feelings? Most of them. Because culture seeks to enforce these sexist patterns. Child rearing practices seek to enforce boys are tough, girls are sweet. And there are enormous pressures to keep that installed in culture. So there's part of what my wife, Margaret Shanahan, would call the cultural unconscious that's implicated in this. So anyway, what you're looking at is the base of a Mayan pyramid. In my graphics, the base of the pyramid is always lower levels of development and organization. So you're looking at a Mayan pyramid, and the movement up the steps is a movement of initiatory process. So at the bottom of the pyramid is the raw energy of that archetype. As you develop, you have to build your own inner pyramid so that represents your vessel. You build your own capacity to be comfortable in each of those sectors. So one of the things you want to ask today is, which sector are you really comfortable with, and which one still is projected on other people? Yes.
Thinking also that, like you talked about,
Alongside the flower, there's also no children that like how many people want to that sexuality. I'll know that they have maturation.
Yeah, it's much more it's less passive.
Right.
Women after midlife, they get active and they get formidable.
And I think it may be the same sort of thing as the warrior of them, that they come more things their own. But the warrior, you need a cool heart and all.
Well, it should, but it often does not. your interpretation, you're going normative, and I agree with what you're saying. That's what ought to happen, and it could happen. It does happen if the men get enough help. If the men get a lot of knowledgeable, wise help at midlife, then they'll get, their warrior will have a lot more heart.
So it's the opposite polarity. As you start coming into that opposite polarity,
If you balance them, yes, if you balance the tension, remember you don't merge them. The idea is to hold the creative tension of the opposites. And as your system self develops, what it means is that you can hold the tension of the opposites without collapsing them together. You hold the tension and they infuse each other, just like you're saying. You're absolutely right. The whole goal is for each of these systems to infuse each other in a synergistic way, so that the royal, your power drive is seeded with love and a sense of limits and boundaries and wisdom. So your power drive is no longer raw. And your magician function gets less detached. It's seated by the lover. It's less detached. It cares more. Your warrior is less cold and has, as you said, more heart. And so each one of them starts to blossom into a fullness. That's Jung called the golden flower. So you're looking at the blooming of the golden flower is another image for what I'm talking about. So that's opening to the fullness, because development makes place for fullness. And any view of development that maintains the necessity of repression, in my view, is very flawed. Okay. Yes, okay. Yeah, let me stop here and just and let you dialogue with me for 15 minutes.
Flowering is fullness. It's not the archetypal self, it's the small self.
The small self is now gotten to the point where it can open to the archetypal self's fullness. It can participate in the fullness.
So absolute self
is this space. The optimal system self is this.
It's not the capital S archetype.
Oh, yes. The archetypal self, see, it never went away, but you had to defend yourself against it and pretend that it had gone away. The ego defenses. And I'm not criticizing that, because if you start experiencing the fullness of the archetypal self before you have your vessel of the system self, you're going to get psychotic. People look, here's something. People are closer to psychosis more of the time than we all realize. And that's because the archetypal self never is away. There's something really big in you all the time, and you put a lot of energy into not being aware of it. So the good news is you develop more, and you get to where you can love the great yet more, and realize it's not interested in doing you harm, but you're more respectful. You're less greedy. You're less into controlling it. Much more. You see, this is not otherworldly or ascetic. What I'm saying, you love the world. You love the world in an ecstatic way here. This is Rumi, the poet Rumi. He represents that. So if you want to listen to the voice of that level of development, that seventh level there, you study the poetry of Rumi, because he knew. And contrary to the ascetics, like the Buddhist ascetics, who I think are partially right, but they don't love the world enough. Buddhists tend to depreciate history and depreciate the flesh. And Hindus do too. They tend to have you meditate on a corpse. Well, there's a lot of that Puritanism in Christianity too, but it wasn't Jesus. The Jesus of the Gospels is not a Puritan. And he loves all these imperfect people. He loves them. Right? So look at Jesus as an image of the actual feelings of it. Its feelings are loving toward its whole creation. It embraces. This is like, if you wanted to have an understanding of the view of ontology, that the understanding of being that is consistent with what I'm talking about, it's pan-entheism. P-A-N-E-N-T-H-E-I-S-M. Not theism. I'm not a theist, and I'm not a pantheist, but Alfred North Whitehead, Paul Tillich, and I are pan-entheist. This is the view that the world is God's body, and that it is the soul of the world. And therefore there's no place where God is not, but its consciousness is greater than merely matter. So, yes.
Let's go back to Mary's question.
Okay.
I would have understood this process here taking place in the part of where you're written about, the part of the ego that is coming into the more awareness,
The fullness. Yeah.
and not in the system self. You just said it's in the system self?
Well, the system self, if your system self is not developed to the point that it can hold the presence of dragon fire without melting, we have to understand this is like alchemy. And it's also like a biblical image of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Do you know the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Somebody tell us the story real quick.
They were putting out those subconscious.
They were threatened with being thrown into the furnace. And they did not, in the story, they were not afraid of that. So they were thrown in the furnace and they were able to thrive in the furnace. This is like the salamander in alchemy, which is an image of the dragon. It can live in the fire. So if you want to really develop, you're going to have to gradually get to where you can stand more ecstasy. And in order for you to get to where you can stand, being aware of this wonderful thing that's in you. Now, see, do you understand what I'm saying? Are you tracking with me?
Yeah.
It's in you, but standing a knowing with a capital K that it's in you is not. You can't just sneeze at that. I mean, that getting to the point that you can entertain the idea that something wonderful with a capital W dwells in you. It'll make you psychotic if you have not really developed the system self.
Experience on that, and then okay.
Yes.
So,
But you've got to gradually, it's like immunology. You gradually have to have injections of archetypal energy. And your system self has got to adapt to the presence of that archetypal energy without fragmenting. Because what happens when people are crazy, they're shooting up with archetypal energy. So, contemporary psychiatry doesn't understand this stuff. And we have to understand that that stuff that's coming out of the psychotics is archetypal stuff. It's not contained. Yes, but yes, panentheism is the point of view that, unlike theism, God is not. See, this is theism was really a point of view that developed before modernity. God is separate from the world. You follow me? If you're a theist, you don't really believe that God is in matter. You understand? Anybody that believes that God inhabits matter is not a theist. Do you understand that? Pantheism is the idea that God is simply the same thing as matter. But all pieces of matter are equally either conscious or unconscious. But it's not a comprehensive sense of the great world soul. This is close to Emerson. Emerson was more of a panentheist, yes.
So Native Americans.
Yes, they're panentheists.
And what we're
Native Americans
what we're doing to the planet
is
theism.
is an indication of theism. Thank you.
Yeah.
The ecological disaster is huge blasphemy. Do you follow? I'm just saying what you're saying. When you do not love matter, you do not love water, you do not love trees, you do not love minerals, you do not love, you just go through it. If you do not love it and respect it, then you are blaspheming, according to panentheism. Because you're disrespecting God. Yes.
I have two questions. Is God greater than the matter?
Yes.
okay, good.
That makes me feel better.
God transcends all matter.
Okay.
And then
Because God transcends all matter like you transcend your body. You see? You are your body. You inhabit your body. Your body is conscious, but you are more than your body. You have greater knowledge than the individual cells. Individual cells know a lot, though. And they're, actually, scientifically speaking, you and your body are this incredible community. It's not one thing. There's this incredibly cooperative community that is your body. And that's the science of it. And when we get to where we can love the community, the body is the beloved community. If you want to talk about the beloved community, the body is the beloved community. You have a scowl on your face now. What is it?
if it's true that God is all water and transcends matter, that would mean that Igor is contained in God.
Yes. Well, look. Oh, yeah, sure. For example, Christians have never believed that evil has being outside of God. That's a Christian doctrine. It's a fundamental Christian doctrine. It's Manichaean to believe that evil exists separate from God. That is, if you study theology, you will find that Christian theologians do not give evil an independent existence. Evil is a distortion of the good. It's a hijacking of the good. So, in other words, in anything that's evil, there is goodness that it is hijacking. And it's usually the ego that hijacks. That is, if you want to deal with human evil, The worst person. Tillich, study Tillich. If you study Tillich, you'll get this because he lays it out.
When you say the queen played
Yeah.
is Cruella de Vil.
Yes. That is, the queen that is inflated, she will be into her power drive and she will do harm to a lot of people.
So evil
See?
is in
that one that's so ugly.
of the queen.
Oh,
It's not balanced with-
well, then it's not the essence of the queen,
Right, right.
but it's a distortion of the queen out of the power drive of the ego,
So that's
because the ego is possessed by the queen. So this is why Jesus, when Jesus looked at evildoers, he didn't hate them. In the Gospels, he got angry with them, but he didn't hate them. If you read his passages where he says, "Oh, I would that I could gather you to myself like a hen gathers her chicks, but you would not." And I think that I've been preoccupied with that whole issue of evil for many years. I used to teach courses all the time on the dynamics of evil, and my Facing the Dragon book addresses the questions of what is evil and so forth. But I don't think it has independent existence. I think it is hijacked. It's hijacked good stuff, distorted good stuff. Yes, back here.
I just wanted to copy some boundaries by Christian where we so insist on that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, there's a huge amount of nihilism. There's a lot of nihilism and necrophilia in Christians. And you can see it because of their tendency, many Christians hating the body, hating sexuality, condemning those who err in sexual ways. Do you track? You see what I'm talking about? So this is the Freudian critique of Christianity. And people like Norman Brown and Herbert Marcuse, they nailed this thing you're talking about. There's a lot of love of death and the death drive. So if you love the offender, you'd have a lot more trouble frying. Okay, we need to break for lunch now and hold your questions. Don't forget them. We'll come back at 1 o'clock sharp, and we'll continue on. Okay, if you're ready, we will get started, and we will take a break at 2 o'clock for 15 minutes, and then we will continue on. So I want to begin the first 10 minutes or so giving you another chance to ask questions, make comments, ask for clarification. Wherever you're, don't be shy. The great it is in you as much as it is in me. So be confident that you have the right stuff in you. So you were going to ask a question. Yeah, go ahead. Say your name and then ask a question.
Norma,
Okay.
could you give some more examples of what are sources of fragmentation?
More. The question.
One example was the man who fought the jaguar.
Well, that was a. Did you say a sources of fragmentation?
I had written down that question. Like on when, right afterwards, you went into
Right.
that example.
Right. Now that the man finding the connection with the jaguar, I was talking about as being an epiphany for him. It was the equivalent of sort of seeing the Star of Bethlehem, because he couldn't see anything bright in his world. And so the thing that carried God for him was an object of beauty in this masculine mode. And so that I did not see. I saw that as a possible antidote to his depression, and it has served him well in that respect. If I had more time now this afternoon, toward the end, don't let me forget to talk about Paul Tillich's view of ecstasy, because when I was first asked by Rose to think about coming down here to be with you again, I had a fantasy of entitling my presentation Two Magi, Jung and Tillich on ecstasy. And I'm not going to get to talk about Tillich's view of ecstasy very much this afternoon, but I'll talk about it some. But fragmentation. See, things that cause fragmentation. Anything which comes at you, which your system self is not resilient enough to contain and channel. So it can be something that comes from the outside, or something that comes from the inside. In other words, your fragmentation. One of the things that you should do today is just put your computers on scan mode, and scan your life for the places where you tend to fragment. Everybody in this room, from time to time, regresses and fragments. And if you don't think you do, you need to look. Because you need to crank up your magician, because everybody tends to fragment. Even the very highly developed people, yes.
By fragmenting, you mean going to a conference?
Well, that's one way to talk about it. It's also a regression. It's a regression developmentally. When you lose your temper, T-E-M-P-E-R, I'm thinking about temper as in iron or steel. When you lose your capacity to maintain your coherence as a system, and that means when you have a significant loss, that will fragment you. That'll put you into a grief process. Grief is fragmentation. It's death and rebirth. It's the experience of grief is a concrete. If you study the grief process, you're studying the process of death and rebirth, and it's a fragmentation reintegration process. Everybody get that? Okay. If you read my book, Archetype of Initiation, I discuss that in depth in the book of Archetype of Initiation. I'm trying to get a Kindle edition of that produced there. I just found out that there's a Kindle edition of Facing the Dragon, but I have not gotten that Archetype of Initiation in Kindle yet. But that deals with the phenomenology of this. And if you want a great, funny discussion of regression, get my friend John Lee's book, Growing Yourself Back Up. Because John took all the fancy literature on regression and put it in folksy down home Alabama mode. And it's really quite accurate and a great study of regression. Regression and fragmentation is the same thing. When we're saying fragmentation, we're talking about a loss of cohesiveness in your system self. So you have to ask yourself, as you scan yourself and ask, well, what happens? See, when do I get regressed? Some people get regressed when they go home to see their family. Right? Some people regress when good things happen to them. So it doesn't have to be something bad. So success can be very destabilizing for some personalities. So just think about it in terms of the system self. You know, you have a certain benchmark in your personality of what you've reached in terms of your capacity to maintain the best coherence that you can. And that's your level of system self-development so far. Now, what my message to you is today, that can get better. There's a lot of science of coherence and resilience now. And the good news is there's so much more integrative science being done on psychoneuroimmunology. And it helps us understand a lot about what's happening when we regress. Because it's a system phenomenon. And what I can tell you about it, when you regress, you're not as effective. You don't listen as well. You tend to be more reactive. Excuse me?
Judgmental.
You tend to be more aggressive and judgmental. It can come out a number of ways. But when you get destabilizing emotions of any kind, I don't care that it could be positive and destabilizing or negative and destabilizing, but what Jungians call intense affects. Well, that means that the dragon fire comes out and singes everything. So, and it's the dragon's breath, not yours, when that happens. See? People mistake themselves for it a lot. Now, other questions about that? Do you want to take that further?
I just was wondering if you were asking about your contract, like you said last night, does he do that moving through his kids? So the house is getting you expecting on your own subjectivity.
Yes.
That's part of the way to go.
Absolutely. Because you know, Jung was very careful to point out that strong emotions are like gods. They happen to you. You don't have them. They have you. And so that would be related to a complex, right? Because what is a complex? Somebody give me the standard definition. Yeah, that's true. He did. Well, you can say autonomous complex is a feeling toned organization in the psyche. It has affect in it. And the affect is so intense that the ego can't regulate it yet. Now we've got to get to the point where we don't give ourselves and other people such an easy pass on losing it, because losing it is regression and fragmentation. And so it's an indication that wood has not been chopped. There's still a lot of wood to chop if you're losing it very much. And doesn't mean you're bad. It just means that you're not as resilient as you need to become. And you need to go into training. You need to go into resilience training. And I mean that just like I was saying, training for a marathon. You got to take it that seriously. Growing your coherence in your personality systems is just as serious as any kind of serious athletic training. So that's the message you'll get when you read that book, Younger Next Year. Wake up, quit making excuses, get to working on training your resilience, So, other comments, questions? Yes, back here, John.
When you say affects, okay, overloaded with action, right?
You bet. They're energy loaded. It's energy flooding.
But
I'm angry with you.
yes, and it's in the unconscious. It's triggered.
It is unconscious.
Right, and it's triggered, right?
It's triggered. You have certain triggers. So we want to do a little resilience training. What are your triggers? Because those things are trip lines for complex discharge, for discharges that further disrupt your system. So if you're gonna have disciplined subjectivity, right? Disciplined subjectivity. That was Erik Erikson's great word for the clinical mind. Or I would just say for the really reflective person, you scan and you pay attention and you get a sense, what are my tripwires, and then let me really turn up the light and the microscope, electron microscope on this to get to the bottom of it. In what way am I having a psychic aneurysm here that's causing this disruption in my subjectivity? What is coming in and invading me that is causing this disruption to my coherence? See, coherence is good. It's on the way to beauty. There's no person here that is not capable of being a lot more beautiful, inside and outside. And it's all about wavelengths, tuning, practice. That's why we say inner work. We don't say just inner play. It's work. You got to practice. Get to the point where you can. It's like, some of you probably play golf, and golf is one of those things that helps with humility. Yeah. Because you're not going to master golf, as Tiger Woods has modeled for us. You can't master it. And there are other things that are like that kind of help you stay humble. So, other comments or questions? Follow that up, yeah.
I just had a comment about with all the world events that are going on right now, the death of Osama bin Laden, the economy, all the floods. You see so much more fragmentation by seriously mentally ill patients are going in the hospital. They're in the apocalypse. And
yeah.
no matter what kind of reassurance we give them, they see this as their evidence of where they are, and they're just really fragmented right now. So I appreciate hearing this because it's a different perspective.
Which part do you find applicable to that?
Well, I think that it makes sense that they would be fragmented right now instead of trying to push, like Sisyphus being tasked trying to push the boulder uphill. That it makes complete sense that they're fragmented right now.
Oh, certainly.
Just to validate their experience.
Well, because we are all swimming in the same psychic ocean. Or we could put it another way, more in terms of physics. We're all swimming in the same energy ocean. And I said energy is conscious. And that means that what's going on in the world system is affecting all the subsystems. So a lot of the psychopathology you may be experiencing in yourself may not be personal. You may be getting the vibrations from all the turmoil and all the anxiety. See, what we know about anxiety in systems is that when any part of a system is anxious, it's contagious. This is why your work as Jungians on trying to become more beautiful inwardly and outwardly is so important, because the world system keys on harmony. And so anytime you're anxious, you contribute to the world's anxiety. Anytime you can get through your spiritual and psychological practice where you can get calm and centered, but still present, not zoned out. I'm not talking about detaching from the world like some people. I'm talking about just getting centered in the presence of the great id. You contribute to the breakout of the contagion of harmony in the world. That was Jung's point of view, it was Edinger's point of view, and it's certainly my point of view. And it's the point of view of systems theorists in general, Bohemian systems theorists. If you want to make your organization less chaotic, you become less chaotic. Yes.
I was just looking at your number 7.
Yeah.
With the flow written all the way through it.
Right.
And then you're stating that scientists are concluding that energy is conscious.
Yes.
I think didn't Tyler?
They're not publishing those papers yet, though.
I think Tyler Deschanel said energy is love. It is the way we would understand it.
All right.
So that jives with what you were saying. If you have call it unity of consciousness,
Yeah.
then you're in the flow. And you're in the love.
That's right. Okay. He is talking about, what's your name, sir? Ed is talking about Teilhard de Chardin, the great Jesuit process theologian and paleontologist. If you're not familiar with his work, you should look at it because it's his predictions, many of them are coming true. His discussion of the what did he call the realm of? Yeah, but he talked about the noosphere. And that is, he predicted that there would be this band of very intense consciousness that spread over the world. Well, the internet has been creating that. He didn't foresee the internet, but he foresee that would come to pass. And so he also predicted what he called the omega point. And the omega point was when it was sort of the kairos, and I think your psychotic patients are right. We are in a kairos. We're at an alpha and perhaps an omega point. That is to say, this was Tillich's thing. Kairos is the very pregnant time when something great may happen, but doesn't necessarily happen, unless people will to cooperate with it. And also, if it doesn't go well, it may go severely terminal. It may go very, very bad. So yes, I think people who are borderline or worse are much more sensitive to all this than neurotics like us. So they pick up these movements in the energies very, very directly. And that's why I've used to say that I think borderlines are much more spiritual in many ways. Psychotics and borderlines much more spiritual than folks that are, quote, sane, unquote, because they pick all this stuff up. It's just that they can't regulate it.
Well, I don't very well with the joke. What was the difference between a shaman and a psychotic? It was that the shaman knew who to tell the stories to.
Yeah, he got that from me. But anyway, it's the same thought. We saw the same archetype. But that's absolutely right. You know who to talk to, or you don't know who to talk to. And so I recommend that when you have intensely ecstatic mystical experiences, you be careful not to cast your pearls before swine. Yes, back here. Say your name and okay, Ann.
Well, when you first showed us the Aion,
Yes.
right? I was really struck because isn't that how comprehension through and constantly channels energy? And one of the things that was challenging them was a way to deal with, to unlearn that right now, is to put yourself inside this crystal.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. Without any of the things that you're studying, it's just a little reform.
Yeah. Well, you know, the octahedron is one of the five solids. The strongest, yes. Geometry. This is geometry of the sacred. And there's a lot of good reasons to believe with Einstein that God is a geometer. So that's an active imagination technique where you image the diamond body and then you take refuge in it. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the diamond body. This is what I mean over here, and I didn't get to go into it much about dwelling. This is, I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Dharma. I take refuge in the Sangha. It's like you got to indwell. There's a Jewish ritual called, see if you know the ritual, you can pronounce it better than me, but Sukkot. You know that? It's, you build this little house, and it's image. They don't have a big wrap on it. I asked the rabbi, one of my colleagues, well, what's the symbolic, mystical significance of this? She didn't know. But I'll bet you that the Jewish mystics knew. Because this is, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because I dwell in the house of the Lord. Well, the house of the Lord is not a place made with stones. This is, there are all kinds, if you study comparative spirituality, there are all kinds of images of a place that is no place. That is the sacred vessel that you can learn to dwell in, and you can be calm and centered. So I recommend that you think a lot about dwelling and about trying to do work in your spiritual and psychological practice of getting to the point where you can imagine a place that you can dwell and be at peace and be full of abundance and joy. It's really about joy. This is about joy. This is when you see the fruits of the Spirit. The fruits of the Spirit are manifest when you are in that space. So when I teach people how to try to speak to it, and we can talk about this more as we go this afternoon, but I say to them, we'll pray in the morning, say to it, let me dwell in your joy today. Let me dwell in your peace today. Let me dwell in your courage today. Let me dwell in your perseverance today. Let me dwell in your stamina today. And so on and so on. Let me dwell in your love today. And so on. And you take your catalog of the fruits of the Spirit and you ask that you are able to not feel alien. That during the day you're not going to experience yourself in exile. And I say to them, always do that in the morning, because if you don't do it in the morning, you may get started in exile, and if you get started in exile, it's much harder to leave it. But as you come to consciousness, if you speak to the it and you say, I know you're all in all. I know you're in me. I know you're present here. I know you haven't left me. I know you have no desire to leave me. But help me with my desire to leave you. See? Because there's this mystery. Karl Barth called it the mystery of iniquity. That is, you can't explain it. Why would somebody want to be in exile? Why would they want to live alone? Why would they want to tackle the world by themselves? Think about that. You wake up in the morning and, oh my God, I've got all this stuff I got to do today. How will I ever get through this day? Well, that's an inflated I, right? Because it imagines itself alone. And I guarantee you, you're not really up to your day. Just with your I. And a part of you knows it. How do I know that? Because a part of you is anxious. And so the psyche knows how daunting the things that are going to come at you are. And so when you have a fantasy of living your day alone, that's a really bad idea. So whether you can use spiritual language or not, I don't really care on one level. But if you can use psychological language and you can speak to the archetypal self, the dragon, if you can speak to it, that thing exists empirically. You can experiment yourself and experience it. You already have experienced it. Just experiment with psychological versions. And email me and let me know how it works for you. Because I've seen it work a lot for people. Yes?
We remind you that Dr. Archetypal in the International Commission of St. Louis, he talked about the 12 steps and said that getting by each step one, you get problems. Then surrender, something greater or something to take over. And then the welcome steps we call ego reduction. There's a let go about it, let go what you can go out so that there can be better that too.
Yeah.
And all those steps are back to that. So it's not always about going out and achieving it. Really, it's about letting go of the block.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of 12-step. I've seen it facilitate miracles. Jung was very instrumental in the development of 12-step programs. And the only thing I would say about that is you can be a little puritanical out of that point of view. And if you have to be a little puritanical not to go over the edge again, then I think go ahead and do it. But there's a kind of letting go of ego that's healthy, and there's a kind of suppressing ego that's toxic. So that's all I would say. But I'm a big supporter of 12-step folks. I think they have a very functioning, excellent street magic. I call it street magic. It'll save your life. If you work the 12 steps, it'll save your life. But you got to work them. Yeah.
So I have a personal story to your point. My daughter was diagnosed bipolar 10 years ago. Was by a psychiatrist. Long story short, after 10 years of 2 attempted suicides, one of the doctors talked to her and belonged in AA. Within a year, she was off all medication and no bipolar. Now, I thought that was
how interesting. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. And
Isn't that interesting?
For 3 years.
Let me just repeat that for the tape. She was saying, tell me your name.
Ginger.
Ginger says that her daughter had been struggling with what was called and diagnosed as bipolar disorders. And then she was able to get into AA, 12-step program, and within how long?
3 years.
Within 3 years?
She was sober immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, she's
right.
recovering, but within a year she was off on medication.
Okay, within a year she was off medication. You see, what you got to be really careful about is worshiping diagnoses. People have to be careful about that. Let's make sure that we understand that diagnoses ought to be treated as phenomenology. And that we should not write them in granite, because the system of the personality is dynamic. It's dynamic, and given a half chance with a nurturant, wise environment, the 12-step programs are full of wise people that have dragon bites all over them, and they've met the dragon, and they've wrestled with the dragon. And they found the presence of the higher power, and they have opened themselves to it. The ones that work the program open themselves to the higher power, and so that really does not surprise me. But I appreciate very much your sharing that story, because it will give a lot of people hope if they heard that story. Because 12 steps is an integrative spirituality. What you do is you develop all kinds of these friends. You know, you're not saying if you don't develop your little what do we call it? Your pack. And you're going to have your pack in 12 steps. You will have your ongoing people that know you better than anybody else knows you and love you anyway. They know you very well, all your warts, and they love you in spite of it. And you start getting better. So, yeah.
One of the things I think is unfortunate is a lot of the literature that's out there right now, ego is spoken about not as the all-organizing principle, talking about fear, but more
yes, that's right.
Well, that's ego.
That's a confusing language.
It's very confusing. And especially when you use different language, because it makes people, when out of my beings in the right practice, say, well, that's just my ego. When I take a deep breath,
well, that's right. This is a big problem, and it's certainly a problem in communicating between, say, Jungian psychology and Eastern-oriented spiritual types. Because there are a lot of folks in spiritual traditions that are very, very otherworldly. And I mean that in a bad way. Otherworldly in a bad way. Don't love the world, and don't love history, and don't love your beauty, and don't want you to see and love your beauty either. And that's why I think it's helpful to that's why I wrote this Facing the Dragon book, because because it's not your ego that's the problem, it's your grandiosity. And they have begun to associate ego with grandiosity. Well, there's no doubt, just the fact is that a lot of egos are incredibly grandiose. But not all egos are grandiose. The more developed egos are not. The more developed egos are calm and centered and loving and not into a power trip, and they are, as I put it up here in this diagram, they're transparent to the divine energies, to the sacred. And that's how you know whether somebody really is authentic as a spiritual teacher or not. Because if you can see their power shadow, they got some wood to chop. Right? Yeah.
There's others who are shamans with the other, like kind of biting themselves out of their own life.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give an example of. She's saying that some people write themselves out of their own lives. Just give us a story.
I mean, I just think, kind of going underground in your life. I mean, all your world is out here, and you're always working to try and deal with the world out here and help others and stuff like that, but never feel like you have the right to
absolutely
manifest in your own body, have the right to your own wants and needs and boundaries.
It's asceticism, see. It's that otherworldly asceticism that is really self-hating. There's a lot of self-hatred in that. And a lot of people have that position in a defensive way. They need to be there because the seduction that they experience is to be the other way. So they have to that's compensatory. But you're implying by what you're saying that if you're suppressing what I would like to call your gold, if you're trying to cover up your gold and not let your gold shine, you probably learned to be that way through a lot of experience of other people's envy. Because if you have experienced envy from your family members or from other significant people, teachers, or when you brought forth your gold and you sought to let it shine, read Robert Johnson on this. He's very good about this. If you let your gold shine and been immediately attacked for it as being arrogant or too into yourself, then that's gonna be hidden. The pearl of great price is gonna be deep in your unconscious, and you're not going to feel safe about even knowing about it. So there are a lot of people who defend against their own beauty. They can't allow themselves to see their own beauty. They can't allow themselves to see their own gold. And that's your and my job. We're to try to help them introduce themselves to this beautiful person that they are. That's a privilege, I mean, that's a privilege to be able to have empathy for someone that's that way, because they didn't get that way without a lot of help being that way, right? Other comments or questions, and then we will, go ahead.
This is a story I saw actually in Nova where they talked about the people did activate in the Middle Ages. What they did is they made the particles of silver and gold so small that the reflection of light was off them differently. And then mixing it, they put it in Vulture's red, and they put it in all the stained glass windows in the females. And that's where they put their gold and silver. People didn't know.
Interesting fact. Well, the alchemy has got a long history, and a lot of the masons that built the cathedrals were mystics, and they put their mystical worldview into the stone and the glass of the cathedrals. So those cathedrals, if you have eyes to see, are just great symbols through and through. And so that's a great story. that these people building cathedrals made some of the stained glass out of gold and silver. Well, well, there's that whole association of gold with God, and as being authentic and not capable of deteriorating. Okay, any other comment or question before we go on? Well, then let's go to the next slide. This is should be in your. This is the virtues of each one of these sectors. I came to realize after I began to look at this quadration of the psyche that it corresponds to the classical philosophers' view of the virtues. Courage is a warrior virtue. Prudence is a magician virtue, meaning the capacity to wisely think about your actions before you do them and think about what the consequences of your actions would be before you engage in them. So you think ahead before you act. That's prudence. Temperance is a lover virtue. That is to say, you engage your passions to the extent they don't destroy you, but you regulate your passions so that they don't become the source of terminal chaos in your life. And I don't know whether you've ever heard this, but justice is a royal virtue. That is to say that power, the virtue of power, is that it be expressed in justice and not just in terms of whim. So the cardinal virtues, in other words, correspond to these sectors.
What did you say? What did you say?
Courage. Courage, prudence, temperance, and justice are the cardinal virtues.
What do you think about Ohio's comment on Sunday night announcing his wife that if I had killed, and he made a claim that this was the ball in the chest? You did that shirt.
Yeah, that was the archetypal voice of the king saying that power has been used justly in this case. This is not a crime. This power has been used justly. This was his statement, whether you agree with him or not. Next slide. Okay, this is a diagram. If you study this diagram and you remember, you're looking down at the top of my pyramids, and the development goes up toward the center.
Right.
This point right here is what I call the fulcrum point. That's an organizational image. That's an image of creative organization in the system self. And so when that threshold is crossed, you're not borderline anymore. You can be borderline if you study the work. Theodore Milan, in my view, was the greatest of scientific research psychologist on psychopathology. Still alive, but his work is the greatest. If you're a professional therapist, you should live with Milan for a while, especially his person-centered psychotherapy. He was a personologist, a theorist of personality, and his work is the compendium of the most comprehensive interdisciplinary research of any other researcher into psychopathology. And what I've tried to do in my theory book is to lay this stuff out and then use Milan as a dialogue partner with my system. We are very, very parallel in our views of what integrative psychotherapy is and how psychopathology is structured. So if you're a psychotherapist professionally, I recommend that you study Milan's work very thoroughly and keep it handy, because he's got his big book. You'll have to get a second mortgage to buy it because it's a very expensive book. But in that he will lay out all kinds of things in terms of treatment planning that are consistent with my model. And So when I teach psychotherapists at the advanced level, I usually use Theodore Milan's work as a counterpoint to show that this is not just some ethereal Jungian point of view, that this actually, there's a lot of empirical evidence for this. So anyway, so going on up, then when you get up in this area, when you occupy this on all four sides, that's a high performance personality. If you just move from here to here, you're probably a passive dependent personality disorder, or at least a histrionic. If you move into here and you move across the fulcrum here, you're a narcissistic personality disorder, but you're not borderline. Follow me? You move up through here, you're either a sadistic personality disorder or an ambivalent personality disorder, meaning there's a lot of hostility in your personality, a lot of unregulated hostility. Or you can be a compulsive, like I spent so much of my life, which is a kind of a workaholic compulsive, which is running much too hot but not having any fun. So that's personality disorder. Or you can be either asocial or schizoid.
Schizoid.
Yeah, you can be active detached or passive detached, or Milan's words for it. And so that means you're chronically moving away from people. If you plot this on Karen Horney's work, if you've never studied Karen Horney, for God's sake, study Karen Horney. She's fabulous. She's the greatest of the female analysts, in my view. I'm not the greatest non-Jungian anyway. And but anyway, she says you either move toward people, that's the lover. You move against people, that's the warrior and the royal. If you don't have warrior and royal, you won't be able to stand your ground against other people. Or you move away. Excuse me.
Both those factors, warrior and queen, are against.
You have to be able to have a lot of warrior and queen if you're going to stand your ground. Because if you're organized in these two quadrants here, you don't have what is needed to stand your ground. Can you see that? Not all configurations are as easy as each other. Some configurations, I'll show you all the configurations in a minute. But what I'm saying is, if you look at Karen Horney's work, you can plot it on here.
So it's going to force people to move away from
This is moving toward people. This is moving against people. This is moving away from people. And away, yes. If you are loaded with a magician archetype, you're a little bit schizoid. I have spent most of my life detached. I'm a lot more attached now, but my best friends will tell you that I'm still a hard one to be friends with. I mean, it's the effect of my being, if you're a psychoanalyst, you're immersed in archetypal magician energy. I just don't care who says that, anybody that says they're not, they just either don't know or they're lying.
Be a long time after a virtual lifetime being immersed in an a combination of schizoid. Anything with that preface that represents splitting.
Yeah. Yeah.
To realize that the schizoid personality ain't all bad.
No, absolutely not.
Basically, it was comforting because I realized
it's archetypal potential. Right. It's an archetypal potential. If you don't have the capacity to back away and be alone, like I spent Thursday alone. privilege I don't get that often. And as I've gotten older, I used to be much more extroverted. As I've gotten older, I've started being willing to give myself more capacity to introvert. Because if you're too extroverted, you're always giving yourself away. Cheap. Cheaply. So any other questions about that?
What was the king and queen? Yeah, tell us that.
Well, what I was talking about is the king and queen. You have to have king and queen if you're really going to stand your ground, because if you don't have some royal, you don't know what's your ground and what isn't.
What was that? Towards people or?
It's the capacity to be against people, but it's also the capacity to be yourself. So the great I am is royal.
So move towards self?
Yes.
Okay.
So are you mainly magician warrior?
I'm mainly magician warrior. When I was younger, I was a workaholic magician.
Whereas Tony Wolf was ideal woman, terror to be lover.
Yeah, lover magician. No, I was not lover magician. No, that was my shadow. Let's see, where's my shadow when I was younger? It's right here. I had some of the royal because I was interested in helping people. And that was my mother's little prince, see, the little prince. But I was very ascetic when I was little, when I was young. So that's you're doing with me there. What you need to do yourself, you need to locate the configuration you were when you were young, and then you need to track the building of your Mayan pyramid. How much of your Mayan pyramid have you been able to fill in with blocks? And to the extent that you are still in the individuation process, you're probably hauling blocks to put into your optimal Mayan pyramid to get your temple on top. This is a temple up here. And that's where the divine and the human meet. And that is where the optimal system self participates. It's not a point like an Egyptian pyramid, because on the Egyptian pyramid there's no platform for the human to dwell. The Pharaoh is God. There's no room for the human. In the Mayan pyramid, the sacred king magician, lover warrior, goes to the temple and does sacrifice in order that the world be resourced. Lacerates his tongue and maybe his genitals and lets the blood flow. And if you go to Chichen Itza, you will see that at the solstices, the great snake or the great dragon comes down the side from the top of the temple. It goes down to, you can see it, you can see the shadow coming down to the earth. Have you ever seen that? You can find it on the internet. You can find a film of that happening on the internet. But anyway, so in my view, the Mayans stumbled into the actual code. And if you look at a Mayan pyramid, that is a projection. See, Jung believed that mythic images are externalizations and projections of the codes of the psyche. And so my assertion is that you won't ever find a better image of the code of the archetypal self than a Mayan pyramid. So, next slide. Now these are the possible configurations of a male system self. There are 16. They have not been published. They have been published now. The male side of that has been published in the 2007 revised and expanded text edition of The King Within. So if you look at chapter 12 in The King Within, you get a lot of my recent work. I'm in the process right now of doing the complete male-female configurations. And the next slide, back one. The next slide is the female system self, the configurations. You are very close in your personality now to one of those. It's not exactly what you are. If I were working with you, we would try to do enough investigation of your personality to do what I call a structural assessment or diagnosis, and we would actually draw the way your organization is right now. Because once you draw it, you can see where your shadow is. And this is what I consider an advance in analytical psychology, because everybody's shadow is different. This is all shadowy. This is all shadowy. This is this person's shadow. This is this person's shadow. This is this person's shadow. With that caveat, remember when I was talking about the two aspects of the shadow? What's dominating you? What's dark here? In the what's dark here, this is got too much play. So the shadow is that energy is dominating the person and they don't realize it. The other part of the shadow is what they're out of touch with, and they experience all this as not I. So this is I, this is experienced as I, this is experienced as not I. Let's see where I was. See, this is the female. Okay. These configurations are endlessly interesting. If this was a session just for therapists, I would just spend a lot of time with this for differential diagnosis, teaching differential diagnosis, the archetypal dimension of differential diagnosis. And I would be working with the therapist to be able to relate this to particular diagnostic categories. Because the diagnostic categories are not based on any really solid systematic theory, but I can show you how the diagnostic categories relate to this. Yes, I can show you how it relates. In fact, I've got a slide in here that I'll show you. Let's go forward. Here is my image of the aneurysm. I don't know if you can read this. This is an inadequate immune membrane right here. It's the weakness in the wall of the conscious ego. Or you could say it's you could also, and not contradict, you could say it's a flaw in your system self. Because in this particular part of your system self, you have this intrusion of the archetypal self, the archetype. The ego consciousness of the individual is contaminated by the archetypal content without his or her adequate awareness of the degree of deformation of the system self that is manifesting in all areas of the person's life. In other words, when the aneurysm comes in, everything is disrupted. There's not anything that's not affected. Perception is affected. Relationships is affected. The emotional life is affected. Everything. Cognitive, will is affected. So on. And the psychic aneurysms of the archetypal intrusion generates compulsivity in the quadrant from which it emerged. There is the archetypal core of the complex. In other words, any time an aneurysm occurs, it's usually coming in from one of the four quadrants. And it may be a combination. So it may not be just one quadrant that the complex is coming in from. But you can be sure that the psyche has not yet got enough of an immune system, psychic immune system, to be able to prevent the intrusion and the disruption of the one thing that's parallel. You know, when the space shuttle was destroyed, you know, plasma, you know that when they're re-entering, there is this incredibly hot flow on the skin of the plane. If there's a defect in the skin of the space shuttle, the plasma erupts and fills up and destroys the shuttle. You follow? That's the way this operates. So that archetypal energy is really hot. It's really hot. And it's a tremendous achievement. I mean, I want you to just look at the miracle, all these miracles around here. You're not psychotic. You got to be able to appreciate that. Because you're sitting in a volcano. You're not, you got more. If we could just hook up to the energy in you, we could fry anything. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. I really mean that. I mean that almost literally. Okay, types of autonomous complexes. Both types of autonomous complex reflect a malfunctioning of psychic immune system in the psyche, an inadequate boundary or membrane against archetypal intrusion into the system self. They manifest in two ways. One, and this is the ones I've emphasized today, unregulated and unintegrated archetypal self-potential. Because I've said to you that the four archetypal systems that I've focused on in my work are the structural archetypal systems that are the basis, the raw material of building a self-structure. If anybody ever tells you Robert Moore just thinks there are four archetypes, they don't know what they're talking about. There are many, many, many archetypes. There's, mathematics is archetypal. So there are huge numbers of archetypal structures. And just take the calculus, it's an archetypal phenomenon. Mathematics. But Jung talked about a second kind of autonomous complex. Look at the Collected Works, Volume 8. He spoke about spirit complexes, archetypal contents, which cannot and must not be invited into the system self. In other words, not everything archetypal can be integrated. In the study of multiple personality disorders, that is dissociative identity disorders, people that don't know Jung will sometimes try to integrate all of the alters. And they found that sometimes when you try to integrate certain alters, the personality is terminal. It's completely destroyed. And I said, study Jung. He made it very clear that some archetypal contents, there's some things you meet in dreams, some things you meet in active imagination, you should not try to integrate. And you have to go by your blink. Because if the hair comes up on the back of your neck, that is a toxic content and you need to keep your boundary. That's why you should never go into active imagination without being armed. That is with what's known among occult practitioners as psychic self-defense techniques. So, not everything in the unconscious is friendly. And you need to be aware of that. And so if it feels dangerous to you, assume it's dangerous until you know otherwise. It doesn't mean that you cannot carefully try to discern the spirit. But if it is feeling really malevolent toward you, if it feels like what the English object relations theorists talked about as the anti-libidinal ego, if it feels like it's against your life, it probably is. I am convinced that a great deal of suicide is not a recurrence of I think it's spirit complexes. And I think you have to help, if people are suicidal, you have to try to help them defend themselves against these murderous thoughts. Somebody was, right?
Does the ego trigger one of these spirit archetypes? In other words, I think I read into one in a dream, and it was a result of actually God. Because of a dream I had the night before. They ego looked like a shirt. I was really insulted. I'm not just would create such a dream. And so I spent the day telling God to go to hell. Go screw yourself. I'm not going to pay attention to any more of your dreams. Get out of my life. I don't want anything. I want to do what I want to do
when I want to do it.
All day long I was just furious. Hell, wow. So that next night I had a dream that there's one figure there. This gigantic insane wolf. As soon as I saw his eyes, I knew he was completely insane. And he was very destructive. I'm not going to go into the details. But I got the message.
It was a wolf, right?
Right.
Yeah, it was a werewolf figure.
But I triggered that.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And I would not, there's no way you can integrate that without destroying yourself.
I think that's right.
So,
I think
triggered it. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's right. You unwittingly or wittingly invited it.
Right.
And that's what you got to help people know, when not to play with this stuff. This is not sorcery. You do not want to mess with sorcery, because you will run into very dark forces that you're not equal to.
But he
He unwittingly treated. Well, it was sort of unwittingly. But when you tell God to go screw yourself, that's maybe that's not totally innocent. Yeah.
But I think
we have a lot of that renegade in us, and anybody that thinks they're too innocent to do that, there are probably a million ways you do it during the week. So we don't want to feel morally superior about that. But the truth is, if you put out invitations, that, if you send out to the unconscious, to whom it may concern, you may get visitors that won't be helpful to you. I mean, I've seen a number of these over the years. One guy had a dream, and this thing in the dream announced that it was a certain God. I am a certain God. And then it said to this person, I'm going to get into your inner computer, and I'm going to erase your hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was really skating on thin ice at the time. And that was a spirit complex. So, yeah, back here and then here.
Okay, if you get a figure like that, what you're talking about, you do want a dialogue with him, right? Or
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. You gotta realize that some of these toxic elements in the archetypal unconscious, there's an archetypal shadow. You've got to understand it's very wily. It knows more than you. And so if it feels extremely toxic, I wouldn't engage it. If it's a part of your self stuff, that is, if it happens to be if it happens that you're just out of touch with some part of yourself and it's really angry with you, it will be back in other forms. So in other words, any of your self stuff is going to keep coming back because it intends to come home. Given half a chance, your self stuff will come home. But I would not be cavalier and dialogue with just anything, because if you get a sense that it's really, really toxic, you might want to wait. Even if you have the inclination to do so, you might want to wait until you're a lot stronger to do that. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I think we got somebody over here too. Go ahead.
That was just about the question I was going to ask.
Like, from their biological standpoints, we, whatever bias, otherwise, create these triggers that are our own.
That can be toxic to us.
Yes.
And there are,
The more toxic.
I think you're making a distinction. I think you're making a distinction between what we created that might be
Shadow toxic
versus what's really an
archetypal, maybe evil or something.
Yeah, I think you have to understand. I mean, if you look at Jung, he saw that evil was an archetypal reality, it wasn't just personal. And it's very inflated for you to think that you have created all the evil. So if you get a person that sort of thinks that they're evil, that's a big inflation. And you have to help them get over that inflation. Yes.
the archetypal self is always moving for wholeness and balance.
Yes.
And I think you actually Portland good and loving or something.
I think it is.
Okay. Then where do these people archetypal?
Well, not everything archetypal is in the archetypal self. The collective unconscious is not one with the archetypal self. There's huge amounts of things that are in the unconscious.
They're what now?
Huge numbers of archetypes that are not a part of the self archetype. I mean, when I'm using the word self here, I'm talking about the things that have to do with creating the foundations for a human self. It's the archetypal ground of your personality. But that is not equal to the whole archetypal realm. Sometimes Jungians talk as if it is. I don't think so. I think that that everything in all of reality is archetypal.
So are you saying the archetypal self is unique to each person, or it's archetypal?
No, I don't think it's unique to each person. I think it is evolved and is uniquely human, but there may be other things that have their own apprehension of it, their own apprehension. But I think we need to deal with the human experience of it first. I think that you can say that it in some ways is parallel with the universe. But so everything, that is, reality contains all of these entities. But not all of them are meant to be integrated into your personality. And that's the most important point. You can integrate everything that's meant to be in your personality. Yes, back here. Okay, sure. Okay, well, let's take our 15-minute break now. And then we'll come back and continue. And we're going to go to 3:30, right? Okay, so if you'll come back promptly in 15 minutes, we'll have about another hour. There are two more diagrams that I just want to speak very briefly about, and then we can dialogue for the rest of our time together. And again, I want to tell the timekeeper to wave at me when it's 3:15, okay? So let's go to the next diagram. Now I think you have this in your packet. In this, I have taken Theodore Milan's big books on psychopathology and his work on personality disorders, and I have plotted them along with the relevant archetypes. So here's Milan. He was not at all Jungian. He was doing his work on psychopathology on a purely empirical basis. He was not coming from one master theory. He was not a Freudian, a Gestaltist, you name it. He was a research psychologist interested in personology. He still is, that is. I keep talking about him as if he's not here with us. He is. In my view, he's still the reigning, supreme scientific psychologist who thinks about integration. So Milan, imagine me now, I've been working on these archetypal things, and then I come on Milan, and Milan says, there are basically 4 types of psychopathology. Oh, yeah. Kind of interesting, huh? Well, what are they? Well, they are independent pathologies. There are detached pathologies. There are dependent pathologies. And there are ambivalent pathologies. Now, those are mildly severe pathologies. If we were to create a diagram of the severe pathologies, we would expand this circle, and we would put, for example, we would put megalomania in this quadrant. We would put catatonic schizophrenia in this quadrant. Right? And so on. We would put sadistic personality disorder and more severe paranoid personalities would be in this quadrant. Paranoid personality is a runaway hyperactive warrior system, because the warrior scans for danger. Follow me? So in other words, there is a geography of psychopathology. There is an anatomy of madness. And it's not just random. It's not all over the place. The collective unconscious has the most to do with what is psychopathology. So this is a point of integration. The more these in Milan's work, he has these circles he calls manifested behavior, interpersonal attitude, the self-image, the coping strategy. So that blew my mind. Now, when I discovered that, now what I've done, now notice, for clinical purposes, I have made a distinction between the male and the female. At the most basic level, there is no difference, because males and females have the same problem. They've got these 4 archetypal systems that they have to balance. But statistically speaking, they don't come at these the same way. And broadly statistically speaking, if you have a midlife woman, she has different life problems than a midlife man. And that is true even if now see, for example, in my own personal developmental journey, my mother had me named Roberta. I was supposed to be a daughter. So my brother was my father's, and I was my mother's, little Parsifal. And some of you women here were your father's son. That is, in his mind, if he didn't have a son, one of the girls gets chosen to be the son, be his boy. So, so if you're a man that was raised according to the female cycle, or a woman that was raised according to the male cycle, you have a whole passel of very unique problems. Oh boy, isn't that something? Yeah, oh boy is right. Let me give you an example from the male, and then we're going to go to one more diagram, and then we can discuss. If a boy doesn't have anybody help him deal with his aggression consciously and upfront and responsibly when he is young, and he becomes passive-aggressive, right? He also has not gotten the capacity to set boundaries, so when he starts to be involved with a strong woman, he won't be able to deal with it. You follow that? Now, that's not his fault. But when he was young, he did not have the help in being able to set boundaries. I'll say to all these men that I speak to from time to time, show me how strong you are, how much of a man you are, by how much you can stand toe-to-toe with a strong woman and not run in fear or try to attack her physically because you can't think of anything to say. Men have a hard time thinking of things to say. They get, the female of the species inherited a brain that's much better verbally. Literally. The female brain is much better at going from affect to verb, to articulation. Males are slow. A woman can turn a man around and spin him around and have him cut to pieces verbally without him being able to say, It's the truth. That's behind a lot of domestic violence. Huh? Well, they are getting more and more angry and more and more angry and more and more angry, and they can't think of anything to say except something terribly hurtful, verbally abusive. They can't say, you're very upset right now, darling, and I'm not going to try to talk to you anymore right now. I'm going to go for a walk till you cool off. No, you're not going to go for a walk. Listen, and if you got people that are having that problem, you give them John Lee's book I told you about, Growing Yourself Back Up. He's got that book full of techniques for couples to use to disconnect when they need to, because if they keep talking, they're going to destroy something. I always tell men, never have a serious conversation after you've had a drink or after 10 o'clock at night. Never try to talk serious things with your spouse. And that's whether you're a gay man or a straight man. Because if you're tired or you've been drinking, you will not be able to have anything constructive come out of the conversation. It's going to be a mess. But anyway, that's because these guys are not as strong. A man that is involved in domestic violence is a weak man. That doesn't mean he's evil. It just means that he has not been helped to control his aggression and regulate it. So needless to say, I'm very interested in domestic peacemaking and the treatment of offenders. Because offenders can be helped far beyond just shaming them. There's some really good people working on that. Okay, now is there anything? Yeah, well, I could go on and on about this. If I were teaching a seminar for therapists, I would be going into all this and trying to help them do differential diagnosis based on this. But anyway, Milan is there to be studied. It's wonderful material. He's brilliant. Next slide. This is the last slide I want to talk to you about today. I told you that you can do integrative theory on this stuff. And I wanted to refer back to Tony Wolff here, and to Bowen theory and to self-psychology. Murray Bowen said there are two forces going on in the universe that you participate in. One force for differentiation. Remember that? The warrior system and the magician system are systems of differentiation. And Bowen said there's a system for a merger, fusion. Royal and lover are systems for fusion. So these are very personal and intimate. These are very detached, emotionally, impersonal. Remember Tony Wolff? She said the Hetera and the mother were personally related. This is what she was talking about. That's in the female and the male. Do you follow that? Does anybody not see that? So Tony Wolff knew what she was talking about. There really are sectors in the psyche of a woman and a man which have a tendency toward fusion and be personally very intimate. And there are sectors in the psyche which are very impersonal and preoccupied with a mission and with detaching and understanding. Mission, detaching and understanding. I think that's absolutely fascinating. So Bowen is correct. It's just that there are two forms of the energies for fusion. They're not the same form, but they are both about fusion, and there are two for fusion and two for differentiation. Does everybody see that? Okay. Now, when Murray Bowen is talking about developing yourself into a really differentiated person, he calls it the solid self. That you are to become a solid self, by which he meant that you can stand your ground against the pressures on you from your family. If you can stand your ground against the pressures on you to your family to be something other than what you are, you're amazing. Bowen said that he never could do it very well. And I love that about Murray Bowen. He was honest about how hard it is to differentiate from the family of origin. He's got a differentiation scale that you should all look at and compare to your Jungian thought. We could call it an individuation scale and parallel them together. Okay. Now, Heinz Kohut and Ernest Wolff talked about self-object functions. The warrior systems are self-object functions that Wolff calls aversive, adversarial, and efficacy. All three of those that Wolff talks about, Ernest Wolff in Treating the Self, if you just look at it, self-object functions, they are warrior functions. And self-psychology and cohesion theory talk about the need for mirroring. The lover wants to be mirrored. The healthy, mature, royal has a desire to mirror. Mirroring is a very poorly chosen word because it sounds passive. I hold a mirror to you. but it's really more than being passive. It's really blessing. What that person puts you on a pedestal. When you feel yourself being put on a pedestal, the person is wanting to be blessed by you. And you say, by me? What do you mean? Why would anybody want to be blessed by me? Well, they have idealized you. They're seeing God or the goddess in you. You can't explain why they are having this transference or projection on you. But if they're coming up in a needy way to you, they are seeking a blessing. You have to accept that you have been given power. Even if you can't explain why. Why would they think that I have power to bless them? But if there's a projection on you of an idealizing projection, you've got it. The question is, now what are you going to do with it? See? And you never know when somebody is going to experience the divine in you. There's no way for you to predict it. You may become a hierophany for someone without you having any idea that you did anything to invoke it or invite it. Of course, if you become a therapist, you're sort of asking for it. Any more thoughts about that? Yeah, back to your comment.
I just want to remind you, said you are chance to say something about ecstasy. Well,
Yeah. I was going to give you a handout, actually, about that. I should have done very, the question was about talking about Paul Tillich and ecstasy. Paul Tillich's theology, see, he's Germanic, so you have to work hard to get into it. Like the two greatest thinkers that are panentheist thinkers are Albert Whitehead and Paul Tillich. And if you've got any smart atheists that are trying to intimidate you because they really like to think they're intellectually superior, well, you have them study Tillich and Whitehead. And then after they master Tillich and Whitehead, if they still not happy, then you say, okay. But Tillich and Whitehead are very challenging, and they have a high ticket price. To buy your ticket inside their world, you have to work hard. But it is very rewarding once you get in the door. And so, let me give you the 101 Tillich on ecstasy. Spirit is the source of ecstasy. The created world falls into fragmentation and splitting. It's a symbol of life under the condition of human existence. So Tillich has the same attitude toward opposites and polarities. So in your adaptation to life in Tillich, Tillich lays out these polarities. If you listen to my Courage to be Transformed lectures, I go into Tillich in those. So, but Tillich and Jung belong together, and John Doerly has written some thoughtful books relating. He's a Jesuit analyst, Illness That We Are, and some books on Jung and Tillich. So I recommend that you look at Doerly's work to get a sense of why I say Jung and Tillich belong together. But anyway, ecstasy is a result of it being encountered by the spirit with a capital S. Spirit can come in anywhere in your life. Tillich thought for him that art was where he does his work. He had a horrific life, and I won't go into his biography now, but if you get online and you read the Wikipedia article on Paul Tillich, read that Wikipedia article. It's very fine. But ecstasy is spirit-fueled. It breaks into the ordinary experience, and when that happens, the ecstasy pulls you up into unification, ecstatic union. So you could say that for Tillich, the spirit plays the role of the archetypal self. Capital S spirit and archetypal self function the same. And this stage over here that I talk about is stage 7. That is an ecstatic place. And people make the mistake of thinking, number one, that you can live in ecstasy easily. Now, if I had time with you, I would go around to each one of you and I would just sit down with you and I would say, now I want you to tell me about your experience of ecstasy. You've had some experience of ecstasy. And then what I would try to do is I would try to help you weave that into a narrative whereby you are not alienated from ecstasy. That you understand that, see, once you have an experience of ecstasy, you can never forget it. Once you touch it, you're not the same person ever again. And so Tillich believed. Tillich was a Lutheran, so he was a Protestant. So he had a kind of dark vision about how much time he was spent with ecstasy. He was a post-traumatic stress syndrome sufferer, and he never had these therapists. He befriended Tara Horneye in order to get close to her. She spoke at his funeral. But anyway, his whole theology can only be understood if you understand that it's the theology of ecstasy. And of course, it's hard to look into the systematic theology book, 3 volumes, and understand that that's the theology of ecstasy, but it really is. So if anybody understands it, they understand it. I was going to show you. S3. On the set side of ecstasy. S3. Arrow. This is all revelation. See, when you have an experience of ecstasy, it is an experience of revelation. And this thing about the miracle, a miracle is not a breaking of the laws of nature for Tillich. It is something happening synchronistically in a positive way that you could never predict. So, if you have eyes to live a synchronistic life and you have synchronicities, you're experiencing miracles all the time. And in fact, the more you get into stage 7, everything is a miracle to you. You don't, that's my son's great, I forget who it was, some of you probably know, but either everything's a miracle or nothing is.
Einstein.
Einstein. So, miracle, mystery, and this is revelation. So Tillich knew there was such a state because he was so wounded he had a hard time living in it. But he knew a lot about it, and he could talk about it. And the most sophisticated discussions of ecstasy. In fact, when I do the last part of this Loving the Dragon book, I will talk about the interface here about ecstasy. But my message is not so Lutheran. It's Tillich. I think that's your birthright. I think living an ecstatic life is possible for you. And I think that if you sought out healing more than Tillich did, that you could experience more than time. And it's not like Pentecostal speaking in tongues and dancing. It's not that way all the time. It's that way sometimes. But a quiet joy, quiet, peaceful joy is possible for you. And another thing I would do is I would go into your experiences of joy. When did you experience joy? Some people have not had very many experiences of joy. Some people never had anybody help them understand what joy is. But it's a possibility for you. And the goal would be to get to the point where you spend more time knowing your joy. It's not the same thing as happiness. It's not that shallow. It's very deep and calm. And so, if I had more time, I'd talk more about that, but I want to open it up to other questions. But anyway, look at the courage to be the dynamics of faith and study them very carefully. Idyllic, no sentences, but every sentence is there for a reason. And now you can actually get recordings, audio recordings of Tillich speaking. You didn't know that was possible until just recently. Or the Kairos. Suddenly we discover all these audio tapes of Tillich speaking. Nobody knew they existed. Other comments or questions? We got 10 minutes. Yes.
It kind of reminds me of the Kabbalah, the mysticism there. We talked about the world falling apart, and chaos, and you know the tree and all of that.
Yeah.
You want to speak how the synchronicity of this, what you're saying, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that it's very interesting, in the biblical view, everything that is secret will be revealed. It's very interesting now how many things are being discovered. And we're going, in your lifetime, you're going to see all kinds of things discovered. And it's probably going to have to do with disease and all sorts of things, but it'll also have to do with historical mysteries. There's going to be a lot more things discovered. They think they've discovered Atlantis now. So there's a very mystical side to that. But a lot of things are going to be revealed. And it's exciting. It's very scary privilege to live in our time. A lot is at stake right now. This is a Kairos time. So other comments or questions? It's your chance to have a say. Yes.
Why is it scary to live in the Kairos?
Because it's not guaranteed that everything will work out. As human beings, got to wake up. In our species, does not wake up soon. You see out horses out in fact, we're getting close to irreversible ecological disaster. Some people think that it's already happened. It's already too late. I think it's defeatist to go there. But it's really not hyperbole to say that we're living in a critical time. And it really matters. Jung and Edinger, if you read Edinger's book on the apocalypse, if you have not read that, you ought to read it. And read Jung's predictions and so on. Now, they really believed. There's this song that Catholic church I go to has. It's called "The World Is About to Turn." Have you ever heard that? If you get a chance to look at that song, "The World Is About to Turn." It's a wonderful, positive song about the great turning. Well, we're in a place where there could be a great turning. It's possible. It's not guaranteed. Human beings are capable of arms, egotism, and selfishness and greed. We just see an epidemic of it. We're seeing wider differentiation between the rich and the poor now than ever before. There's simply an epidemic of greed now, an epidemic of grandiosity, an epidemic of violence. All of these things are going on. It's not inevitable that they go on. And I'm not a person in despair at all. I'm full of hope. Why am I full of hope? Well, I'm full of hope because I know about the it. And Jung and Edinger both believed that there was a chance that enough people could wake up, not 90%, not 60%, not 25%, but as Saul Alinsky used to say, one of the great community organizers, you don't need 100% of the people. You don't need 90% of the people. You don't need 50% of the people. You don't need 20%. You don't need 10%. If you had 1%, just 1% of people, you can change the world. Margaret Mead, great female anthropologist, had to say for a few. You know, all the great things that have happened have been a small, dedicated group. So don't minimize your own importance. What you do in terms of your own inner integration and your own quest for inner peace, that's contagious. So if you're just washing anxiety, try to do something to calm it. Try to do something to get calmer. And you'll make all the systems that you're a part of healthier. They cannot resist you. That's the hope. You get calmer. You get where you love more. You get wiser. However incrementally. It affects everything in the universe. That's hard science now. So I want to leave you on that note. You are very significant, and the inner work you do is significant. I'm not the first person. Jung's believed that. Edinger believed that. A lot of Jungians believe it deeply, and we're not the only ones that believe that. So I'll leave you with that word of hopefulness, and I want to thank you all very much for coming and giving me an opportunity to talk about all this stuff. It's been a great pleasure.